Good evening and welcome to the Santa Barbara Unified Tuesday Board Meeting, May 28th, 2024. I'd like to welcome folks in the boardroom and those that may be watching us virtually. There are no comments that I see for closed session. We will adjourn the first part of this meeting to the school plan students achievement presentation. The board members will be looking at the single plans. And we will adjourn to that. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Good evening. Thank you. Thank you. Calling us back to order for the board, Santa Barbara Unified Board of Trustees for our May 28th meeting. Also, before we have language access, if you are here for the pen recognition, there's seats up front here if you want to take those seats. Just want to let you know you can come on up and we have a seat for you. So now we go to language access.
Thank you. We have Spanish interpretation and we also have ASL interpretation through Zoom. Muy buenas tardes. Tenemos interpretación al español y también al lenguaje de señas americano. Thank you. Gracias.
Thank you. Dr. Maldonado, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Please rise and face the flag. Put your right hand over your heart and ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you. So an announcement from our closed session. The board took action in closed session to support Carlos Cohen as the next principal of La Cuesta Alta Vista High School. The board voted unanimously with a 4-0 vote to approve Mr. Cohen's appointment, with Rose board member Muniz being absent. So our 4-0 votes will be for as Ms. Muniz is absent. So thank you and congratulations. And that moves us to our student board member report. Anastasia.
Yes. Anastasia is here accompanied by 3 other students who are going to present to the board on some of the work we've been doing in our Student Advisory Council meetings.
Okay. Hi everyone. We are some of the students from the Student Advisory Council, and we meet with Dr. Maldonado and usually Ms. Edison and Dr. Sheffield to meet about student issues. And we're just going to introduce ourselves really quickly. My name is Anastasia, and I'm a senior from Dos Pueblos.
My name is Pestia Feigenson, and I'm a junior at Dos Pueblos.
My name is Sorono Boli, and I'm a sophomore at Dos Pueblos.
My name is Eric Gonzalez, and I'm a junior at Santa Barbara High School.
Oh, wait, you're going to click it, right? Okay. And this year we focused on promoting mental health resources.
So when we were looking at mental health, at first we thought, how can we get more resources on campus? But after talking with the district officials, we realized that there's actually a lot of resources that students just don't know about. So how can we make these resources more known?
We came up with the idea of pushing messages and notifications through Canvas. Why did we decide to do this? Because Canvas is a high student traffic area where most students turn in their work and assignments.
So this is an example of what the notification would look like, and so every student would be able to... Oh, is it on? Okay, yeah, feels so close to it. Okay, so this is just an example of what it would look like. And as we were brainstorming, we thought it would be helpful for students first to have like a survey of how they're feeling with their mental health, and then based on that survey have the option of being redirected to mental health resources, whether that be on campus or through a virtual therapy approach, which we also learned about through the council.
I also had the idea to add affirmations to the notifications so that it could be a more positive environment and not just quizzing the students all the time. And so this would be some examples of what those affirmations would look like.
To make the notifications more personal and homely, we decided to create a cute character with Santa Barbara High School's Visual Arts and Design Academy, and these were the rough drafts. After giving our criticisms, they updated it, and this is the final draft.
On screen, you could see an example of what a student would look like in Canvas as a pop-up notification. They would get a quick question of asking them how they're feeling with a character that'll be there kind of to catch their eye and be like a personal connection instead of just having a random question that they could ignore and just choose to not fill out. Here's another example of asking a student what their mood is, and then they would get to decide on how they're feeling, either happy, love, confused, surprised, tired, neutral, sad, or angry.
And then following up on that, based off that questionnaire, they would get redirected to our resources. And that kind of just tackles a problem that Pesia mentioned earlier, where students don't really know about the resources on campus. So we spent this year mainly designing these notifications, but the next steps would to the characters basically finalized, but just polish it all the way, and then actually program this into Canvas and pilot and try it out with the students in the district. And yeah, that's our presentation. Thank you. Just like
So board members, any comments or questions?
Just great work. This is a good example of student-centered, student-led solutions that sitting up here on the board, we can think posting flyers or sending you emails is the best way, but you all identified an issue, you found the solution, and it was all led by students. And so I just wanted to thank you all for your work and the benefit to all of your classmates and classmates that are going to come far after you. Congratulations.
thank you.
Mr. Banning?
I'll share my congratulations and thanks for the good work, and acknowledge that this good work is being done because we have such a thing as a superintendent student advisory. This is an idea that doesn't exist in all schools. As a matter of fact, the county superintendent heard about this idea and decided to try and use it at the county level. So kudos to you for being part of it. Kudos for the district for being visionary enough to see this kind of thing and the value of student voice in making these decisions. Thanks.
Yes, and I'll just say thank you so much, and to be able to see you come to fruition and tell us, because we were probably directing you right and it just wasn't working right. Like, we got to do something that makes sense to you. So thank you again for the leadership on that, and I look forward to an update as to how it's going. So please do come back and let us know. Thank you so much. Okay. Okay, so we're just going to go to the superintendent report, and then we'll come back to our time certain item.
Good evening. I do want to say thank you to Anastasia and in coming up with a solution. This topic is something we've talked to other student board members, and getting to a point where we realize a solution that gets 21st century learners to look at something is quite different than our old, flyers, as you said. And they told us, they were very clear, please don't write flyers with a lot of text because we don't read them. So I thought that was clever. I do want to also say another idea that Anastasia didn't share, but that came out of our last meeting, is that the students asked us, is there a way for students to do some work in the summer or collect some community service hours through the summer school that we're offering to students in the elementary and junior high and even high school? So we floated that idea with the principals, and this is, again, coming from the students. The principals agreed that there are students that we can offer this opportunity to that can either do tutoring, They could organize sports, they could lead play, and so Katia designed the informational leaf that will go out. We're going to connect that with principals, and so we're going to have some high school kids also working in our summer schools this summer as a way to do a win-win. So thank you to the students for that and to our principals for embracing the idea. Another thing that I wanted to share with the board is that the Roosevelt Elementary School will be celebrating their centennial at a carnival-style event Friday, June 7th from 5 to 8 p.m. All Roosevelt community members, past and present, are invited to attend the celebration. The school also hosts a special tribute honoring Ms. Barbara Barr, who has dedicated 35 years of service to this district. I see that we have fans for Ms. Barr and some Roosevelt fans in the back. More information can be found by visiting Roosevelt's Elementary Educational Foundation page. I also had an opportunity, speaking of the county office, to celebrate with the county office awards for both Crystal Apple Awards and in General Education Awards last week in Solvang. There were several people in attendance. You can see some of their pictures here. Heather Magner from Dos Pueblos High School, Frankie Ann Gallardo from La Colina Junior High School, Ross Meltzer from La Cuesta, who was part of a group of people who actually put together a group project that they were funded for. Maritza Enriquez from SPCA, Alexia Limon from Adelante Charter, who also did a group project. Others that were recognized but not present were Lauren Gleason, Norma Gallagher, Victor Prato, Andy Watts, Caroline Anderson, Jennifer Balacious, Maureen Granger, Simone Evans, Tamara Montag, and Lilybeth Goldman. So we're so proud of our teachers and all the great work that they are doing. So with 4 minutes left, I'm going to now turn to our final edition of the Every Child Award. At our next meeting on June 11th, I'm going to be forward celebrating the class of 2024. We've been getting nominations for outstanding students, as well as students who actually moved from where they were to a much higher level, which I call resilient students, because not everybody starts at the top all the time. So we'll be highlighting those students at the June 11th meeting. So with that, if we can turn to the first person. We have Mr. Hughes from La Colina. Students in his classes benefit from his high expectations, encouragement, and the teamwork that comes from working together as part of an ensemble group. He partners with elementary schools to promote instrumental music experiences, so students will be part of an instrumental music group as they progress through junior high and high school. Thank you, Mr. Hughes. And I thought I saw him in the back somewhere. Our language access unit, everybody knows Sofia, Paola, Anelix, Marta. They're the core group of translation that we have in our district, but of course we have other contracts. The language access unit provides quality interpretation to families in both public and private settings. Their professionalism supports families so that they can meaningfully participate in their children's education, especially during delicate and sometimes emotional meetings. The LAU team is a wonderful asset to the district and broader Santa Barbara community. Thank you to our language access unit. From Dos Pueblos High School, we have Sarah Sue Waddell, constantly going above and beyond to not only make sure her emergent multilingual students are prepared for the LPAC, but to continue to encourage and monitor their progress after they reclassify. She has the talent, heart, and enthusiasm and expertise that is so appreciated by all of her families. Thank you, Ms. Waddell. From Washington Elementary, we have Katie Garcia. Ms. Garcia has helped to coordinate a state testing boot camp where Washington teachers led different activities in their classroom to get students ready for the CASP. The school assembly in which the TK to second grade students made posters with words of encouragement for the upper grades. As you know, they only test 3rd through 6th grade, so that was a great way for the young ones to, the little ones, to support the older ones. Thank you, Ms. Garcia. From Monroe Elementary School, Leila DiGiulio. Leila is one of the most committed staff members Monroe has and is dedicated to ensuring that all of her students learn to read and she is the curriculum specialist. She has a can-do attitude and provides the perfect combination of care and support so that students can be successful. From Cleveland Elementary, Jayla Dilbeck. Jayla supports our moderate to severe special education classrooms in the absence of their teacher. She goes above and beyond by providing academic and behavior support materials to the substitute teachers. She's very thorough while she conducts her IEP meetings, listens to the student and family needs, and makes sure that all students receive appropriate and timely services. From Harding University Partnership School, Marco Antonio Cortez. Marco works with students who need a little break from their classwork and will give them something to do to help them relax and reset to be able to go back into the classroom. He also regularly enlists groups of helpers to tidy up the campus. An added bonus, Harding has never been so clean. And last, Coach Bass, Walt Bass, runs the San Marcos weekly television show, The Royal Report. Every episode of The Royal Report features students from a variety of backgrounds having fun and working together, highlighting a widely diverse array of activities and events. The show helps unify and engage our entire community, and Coach Bass is spearheading those efforts. This concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, and congratulations to all that was noticed today. So we do have a time-certain item for the recognition of employee service. So we'll go to that, move to that item.
And to do that announcement, we have Ms. Ann Peak that's coming up to the podium. Dr. Becchio and I will come down here, and we're seeing if Board President, would you like to join us on the floor?
Good evening. Oh, I don't know if this is. This evening we are honoring our classified and certificated team members that have served the students in our district for the past 25, 30, 35, and 40 years. We will be inviting our honorees up by years of service and would ask that, as your name is called, that you would please come up to the front of the room and receive your pin. The first pin we have this evening is for Dr. John Becchio, Human Resources Assistant Superintendent, 25 years of service. Next, we have Vicente Belmonte at Monroe Elementary School. Is he here? Okay, next we have Valerie Carmel from Santa Barbara High. I know she's here. You're welcome. Next, we have Salvador de Luna, San Marcos High School, 25 years of service. Anne Marie Galbraith, Monroe Elementary, 25 years of service. Is she? She's sneaking in. Oh, here she comes. Here. Hi, friend. Thank you. You're welcome. I love it. Next, we have John Gannon, Santa Barbara High School, 25 years. Kevin Gleason, Dos Pueblos High School, 25 years. Beverly Lent, Early Education, Santa Barbara High School. Is she here? Oh, he's right up front. Next is Leslie Peterson Ayala, Adams Elementary School. Norma Ramirez, Food Services, Monroe Elementary School, 25 years of service. Okay. Sharon Roth, ACES program, 25 years of service. Next, we have Ryan Throop, Santa Barbara High School, 25 years of service. Maria Zuniga, Food Services, Goleta Valley Junior High, 25 years of service. Amy McMillan, 25 years of service, San Marcos High School. Next, we move into 30 years of service.
You forgot me.
Uh-oh.
Oh, you said you. Iris?
Oh,
I think you said her. I'm up there?
yeah, you are up there. You're in this folder here. Someone said you weren't coming after all. So I will get you your pin tonight. She changed her mind. Yes.
Then go up.
Iris Kaminsky, 25 years of service. And I'll find your pin. My apologies for that. Next, 30 years of service, Rafael Donato, maintenance and operations. Next, 35 years of service, Barbara Barr, Roosevelt Elementary School.
We love you, Miss Barr.
Get out of the way. Uh-huh. I'm not sure how we top that. Did everybody hear that? Barbara has all of her pins on her lanyard. Next, we have Jackie Lapkin, 35 years of service, Franklin Elementary School. No. And John Whiteman, 35 years, maintenance and operations. Next, we have 40 years of service. And that's for Fran Strahl, Santa Barbara High School. Did you get your picture with everybody? Did you get it? It's the only time I get to do that. And that concludes our years of service. And that concludes our years of service. I will be glad to do that. Do you want me to go back there? Oh, through the microphone. If there's anyone in the back room who has not received their 25, 30, 35, or 40-year pin and are due for this year, please come see me.
Okay. So congratulations again, and certainly thank you for your service to Santa Barbara Unified. So that moves us next, Mr. Escobedo, to our public comment.
Yes. We have currently 35 or 37 speaker slips, so we will go to the 90 seconds. Just as a reminder to folks, we have a 7 o'clock time certain item. So once it gets to 7, we'll pause public comment, and then we have another time certain after that, right? Just the only one? Okay. Then we'll go back to public comment and complete it. There's a light system on the podium to the right there. The light will turn yellow when there's 20 seconds. There's also a clock right above the door to the right of the podium. And we will start with our virtual public commenter first. And like previous meetings, I'll
Hello,
cue
can you hear
the next
me?
few people. Yes, Jane Ward, welcome.
Yes. Hello, I am a parent of a child at Santa Barbara Junior High, and I'm calling to say how proud I am of SBTA and of the Santa Barbara educators who are working so hard to push the district to do the right thing and make Santa Barbara a place that can retain excellent teachers. SBTA is working in a long and beautiful tradition of teachers' unions across the country. I did a little reading up on labor history today and learned that teachers' unions have been most active in the United States, not only during times of high inflation and wage stagnation, but also when public education has come under attack by charters, privatization, and the financial mismanagement of school districts. This is because teachers are the frontline defenders of quality public education. And this was the case in the 2012 landslide victory of the Chicago Teachers Union, as well as the historic 2019 UTLA strike. In both of these cases, teachers were up against much of the same anti-union rhetoric and misinformation I've heard from Santa Barbara Unified. They were told they didn't have the money to pay teachers fairly. They were told they were being disrespectful by organizing. They were told their districts needed to save for the future. They were met with silent, steely-faced board members who didn't respond as teachers described their financial desperation. But the teachers were on the right side of history. They demanded that their districts reimagine how funds were allocated with less money on police, outside consultants, and exorbitant admin salaries, and more on educators, the very foundation of the educational project.
Thank you for your public comment.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to call out the next 3 public commenters. We have Kate Lambert, followed by Rita Zagletti, followed by Angel Rodriguez. Welcome. No.
Okay, let's try now.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
To the community. A member of the board has suggested that both sides need to work together to avoid a strike. SBTA agrees. Then the post goes on to say that SBTA members who speak at board meetings are creating a one-sided narrative about districts' delay during the whole negotiations. SBTA disagrees. We have not had to create any narrative. The facts show up at each step. The district has lengthened this process. The dates are not up for question. These are simply facts. Then the post also points out that students who speak at the board meetings are actually adding to this. This is very upsetting to me. SBTA does not put out information for students to use. SBTA does not push our issues on kids. These are students who choose to come out and speak out of their own concern. These are students who are taking on an active role in their district by sharing with the board their thoughts. All parties should be supporting students' efforts to participate in their community. And lastly, to the community, yes, SBTA is now at the stage where we have to seriously consider ramifications of a strike. Therefore, yes, we have to prepare, and yes, that means fundraising. This is not to scare anyone, it's to make sure that we can financially protect nearly 800 members of our union who are facing a tough choice that will financially impact them. We also think that you, the community, should have time to prepare. We promise a strike won't be a surprise thing that SBTA springs on anyone. SBTA promises that we are working hard to avoid having a strike.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Rita Zagletti, followed by Angel Rodriguez, followed by Kay Cantu. Welcome.
Good evening. I was made aware of a sentence from a board member that I need to comment on. The sentence was, "To advertise fundraising for a strike before the fact-finding has even occurred is also increasing the anxiety level in the community." Please note, the teachers do not want to strike, but many in the community, of which teachers are a part of, feel that they are not being heard and have no other recourse. Due to circumstances beyond SBTA's control, the salary conversations have dragged on and actually began last year. This has caused great anxiety within the educator community. Because of how busy everyone is, human nature tells us that we do not need to worry about things until they get to crisis level. Please also note, we are at crisis level. This should not be a surprise because we have been talking about the anxieties for a year now. 15% and 8% is what is needed to attract and retain educators in Santa Barbara, and students deserve that. If the district is still worried about costs, the board could direct the executive cabinet to refrain from taking a large percentage raise. The dollar amount of executive raises should not exceed educator raises. Significant raises are needed for educators and support staff who are not making competitive salaries and need a pay equity adjustment. No such problem exists for executives making over $250K per year.
Thank you. Next, we have Angel Rodriguez, followed by Kay Cantu, followed by Deborah Reed. Welcome.
Hi, good evening. My name is Angel Rodriguez, and I'm a senior at Santa Barbara High School. Before anything, I want to thank all the teachers and staff for all the hard work they don't get paid for. I think it's kind of wild that y'all are not willing to pay our educators a competitive wage, and I think it's kind of ridiculous how y'all are up there sitting knowing you can change that. Personally, Superintendent Hilda Maldonado, I think it's kind of funny, and by funny I mean hypocritical, that you show up to community events to express your deep appreciation for educators, but you are on a board that does not pay our educators what they are worth. You were at the AVID celebration expressing how much you love programs like AVID, yet one of our AVID counselors was pink slipped. You were at the Peak Scholarship event expressing your gratitude for all of the hard work that counselors do, while standing next to a counselor that was also pink slipped. I do not mean it to be disrespectful towards you because I know it's not just in your hands. However, it is in the hands of all of you sitting up there. Our educators have worked so hard to get their point across, and realistically that shouldn't have to happen. I'm sure y'all are well educated, but I'm also pretty sure that you didn't teach yourselves everything. You were also taught by teachers that were probably paid well. Please consider paying our educators a competitive wage. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Kay Cantu, followed by Deborah Reed, followed by Mary Wright. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Santa Barbara School Board administrators and fellow teachers. My name is Kay Cantu, and I'm not only a teacher with the school district for 26 years, but I'm a product of Roosevelt, Santa Barbara Junior High, and Santa Barbara High School. I teach because I love children and I want to help them to use their imaginations to innovate and to create a better world than the one we live in today. We are negotiating a 15 and 8% raise because inflation is real and the district's pay scale is below every other district within a 90-mile radius. It is essential that the public hears us tonight and that they are told that in the fact-finding we have already found, the bargaining committee for the union have found the money. Basically, our district oversaves and underpays their employees. There's no reason that we need to have more than 10% in reserves, and even so, then they tell us they need more and to work harder. There's also no reason why everybody needs to have a 15% raise. Unfortunately, when you mix administrators and teachers' salaries together, it gets very expensive. Anyone making over $250,000 is not worried about the increase in the price of bananas. I am. I'm also very concerned about the increase in chicken price,
Thank you.
ground beef, and eggs. Please consider the teacher's perspective.
Thank you. Next up, we have Deborah Reed, followed by Mary Wright, followed by Carolina Bate. Welcome.
Over the past several months, teachers, students, campus staff, parents, community members have stood at this podium and been listened to. Unfortunately, the fact that we are still here suggests that none of us have actually been heard. The message being communicated by the individuals who participate in these 90-second public comments is this: sitting on this board means accepting the responsibility of ensuring that Santa Barbara Unified is responsive to the values, beliefs, and priorities of our community. Time and again it has been stated by members of our community that teacher retention is the valued priority. Sitting on the school board means exercising the responsibility of educational leadership and exercising the responsibility of working collaboratively rather than combatively with our community. Teacher retention is our valued priority. Mr. Banning, sitting on the school board means following through on the responsibility for setting the direction for our district, ensuring fully staffed campuses which meet the legal obligation of providing equitable education for all students is the valued priority which is met through teacher retention. As members of the school board, you have freely chosen and accepted to be our community's educational leaders. The community of Santa Barbara now looks to you to see you exercise your guidance in solving the concerns, problems, and issues plaguing our schools. The community of Santa Barbara is ready for our educational leadership to step forward and follow through with actions that will benefit all of our students. The community of Santa Barbara is watching to see if today will be the day that rhetoric transforms into results.
Thank you. Next, we have Mary Wright, followed by Carolina Bate, followed by James Claffey.
Hello, my name is Mary Wright. I'm a former teacher, and I've come today basically on behalf of one of the students who was recently told that he could not read something or support a group. But mostly I've come because I don't know how many of you here know the Word of God, but I doubt that many of you do, or our libraries would not be filled with porn and disgusting books that are there now for our children. The first word of the Bible it's the most read book in history. It is history if you take the time to read it. It's about 2,000 pages long, but it is history. It's the history of the Jewish people. The Jewish people were the chosen people of God, not because they were better than the Gentiles or anybody else, but because God used them to show the rest of us where they failed and it was wrong. Sin is something that God called something doing against him. He created us. If you read the Bible, you'll see that. And the first word is Bereshit, in the beginning. And he tells us what's going to happen. And we seem to be now, according to the Bible and many pastors, in the end times. And this is why the things are heating up in Jerusalem. You'll see very shortly that Russia, China, Iran, Turkey, Libya, Sudan, and the merchants of Tarshish will come in and surround Israel. Israel is a little country like this compared to the Arabic country. you should read the Quran too.
Thank
In
you.
the Quran, the people are commanded to
Thank you
kill
for your public comment.
their enemies.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Carolina Bate, followed by James Claffey, and we'll see if we have time for one more after that. Welcome.
Hello, welcome. Thank you so much. Good evening. Freedom of speech means you are free to share perspectives about controversial issues while still being treated with kindness and courtesy. For example, a controversial issue in our schools is lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer plus ideas in our public schools. To speak in opposition is often seen as criticism of a group of people or judging a person's behavior, which is not true. To illustrate the point, if a teacher is always late, does not follow the lesson plan, never answers students' questions, is it an attack on the teacher to agree that she needs to be replaced? Of course not, because you are evaluating her job performance. The reality is, she is not doing her job. Discussion of LGBTQ is about appropriate education in public schools. It is about evaluating a set of ideas based strictly on their merits, benefits, harms, and educational value. Everyone, regardless of political party, values their individual freedom of speech. We cannot let freedom of speech be eroded away where people feel intimidated
Thank
for
you.
fear of being treated with hostility. Thank you so much.
Thank
May
you
you
for
have
your
a good
public
evening.
comment. Next, we have James Claffey. And we might be able to do one more. So Kim Barron is next. Welcome.
I'm going to change what I was going to speak on after the last two speakers. I work with LGBTQ plus students. I mentor them every day. I sit down beside trans students and listen to their stories. I hear their struggle. I embrace all the students that I have seen in my classrooms across the years. And we are a community where love and acceptance of all students, regardless of your political ideas or what your Bible tells you. I'm sorry, but that does not have a place in this civilized city of Santa Barbara. I'm sorry, it does not. Love and understanding of the human being is tantamount. That is what we have to be as educators. If we do not care for, understand, guide, and mentor our young, most vulnerable students, we are not preparing them to be able to learn effectively. We should be a district of equity, of inclusion, of love, preparing students for the world that is yet to be created, not the bigoted world of bygone years. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Kim Barron. And this will be our final public comment before the time certain item.
All right, good
Welcome.
evening. These are my own words and are not AI generated. 260 days. That's how long it's been since SBTA sent a sunshine letter to the district to open up bargaining. It took the district 2 additional months to begin a process that they claimed in August to want to begin in good faith. Since then, it has been one stall after another. One of our school board members posted on Facebook that our narrative is, and quote, the board and the district are delaying a resolution. This isn't a story we've made up. This is a fact. Mediation days were dragged out, and the last possible day was chosen for fact-finding. This is causing anxiety to the staff that cannot afford to live in the place in which they educate the students of this community. This is also causing concern amongst parents who don't know what is going to happen. This can be rectified tonight. The board can direct the district to settle with us. 15% is barely covering the cost of inflation. Other districts already pay more than ours have already settled with their staff and even given bonuses. Why can other districts figure this out? Why can our neighboring districts afford to pay their teachers more, but our district can't? In fact, why are our new teachers paid less in the benefits package of top earners in this district? Let that sink in. The atmosphere in this district is toxic. Being talked down to and chastised by members of this board, either online or here at board meetings, has aggravated the situation.
Thank you for your comment.
Is there a way to ameliorate the situation? Yes. You, the board, and the district can give us a fair settlement now instead of forcing us to go on strike next year. It's up to you.
Thank you. We will pause public comment for the 7 o'clock item.
Okay, thank you. So we will now go to our action item for time on, it'll be I3, and it's approval of the arts funding plan.
Yes, and we have Executive Director Denise Alvarado, who's going to lead this, and I believe she has a couple of guests with her as well, some of our teachers. Thank you.
Yes. It is my pleasure to present to all of you today the Arts Funding and Prop 28 Block Grant. You may remember that back on December 2023, we did provide the 5-year strategic arts plan that our committee developed, and it took about a year for us when we met all of last year as a committee. And this committee represented teachers from elementary, junior high, high school, as well as the 5 disciplines were represented. Today, we are very pleased to share with all of you, Michael Coy, Shannon Jaffe, Kim Hernandez, and I will be presenting and sharing with you our process on how that took place in allocating the funds in our process. Just a quick update. This is something that was presented to the board earlier this year, and the district has received the Arts, Music, and Instructional Materials Discretionary Block Grant, just like many other districts in the state of California. Santa Barbara Unified received $7.3 million, and for Proposition 28, which is the Arts, Music, in Schools funding, was allocated $9.98 million, excuse me. As you can see on the right in the blue, on the right-hand side, for the first funding is PL materials, and for Prop 28, 80% is to be spent on people, and the additional 20% on supplies. And the team is going to be sharing with you how we went about looking through this information that the schools put together, as well as the allocation of the funding. But before we do that, we wanted to remind all of us about the Arts Plan purpose. The Arts Plan purpose is to improve access for all of our students, also to empower arts education leadership, all of us that have a responsibility to supporting and providing that access for our students, and also expanding our partnerships. We have a significant amount of partnerships, and it's this information, this third bullet, is about how are we sharing those resources and allocating it so that everyone benefits from the expansion of the partnerships. And this is just a quick overview before we get into the funding allocation. These are the different meetings that we've had this school year, or since the board adoption on December 13th of the Strategic Arts Plan. We've held several meetings with principals, also with the committee, so that we could ensure that the allocation of funds was appropriate, was equitable, and it provided access for all of our students. If I could have Michael.
Good evening. My name is Michael Kioy. I'm the Instrumental Music Director at San Marcos High School. I just wanted to give you a little bit of background of myself personally, just so you have an idea of the people that were on this board. I was raised in Santa Barbara and am a product of Santa Barbara Unified, Monte Vista Elementary School, which I know is Hope District, La Colina, and San Marcos. And then when I was in college at UCLA, I would return home and instruct over the summers, and then was very fortunate to receive the job here at San Marcos and at La Colina for a couple years, now full-time at San Marcos. So that's a little bit of context, and also very privileged to have taught my sister over summer and my younger brother as a full-time student for 4 years. My other brother, he went through the arts programs through elementary, junior high, and high school as well, studying under the greats like Mr. Irwin, and also music with Miss Carolyn Taro Cabrady. So that's a little bit of context. Our team is made up of extremely passionate, educated, very, very supportive teachers throughout the district, elementary, junior high, and high school. And we have taken this plan. Each site, each school, took a plan to their administrators and reviewed it with them, and discussed both Prop 28 and the block grant. And each of those schools, each of those administrations, took that to their site council, MLEC, and reviewed it with them. We took a whole day after that plan was made. Each school has an individual spreadsheet which you have access to. You can see what funds are being proposed at each school, and we took a long time sorting through that and making sure that each dollar was where it was supposed to be, keeping in mind what we've discussed, equity, and building up our community in the arts, music, making sure that that was the number one goal. So this is just a broad overview, and I really would love if you took a few minutes to look at that document and all of the schools and all of the things that we're planning on using the money for, because it will make a massive difference. A massive difference. Can I? Okay, so this is what I'm referring to. On each sheet, you'll be able to see what it is applied to, either the block grant or Prop 28. And it's color-coded, so the highest needs you can see. The thing that we want to recommend is approval for this. And not only that, we recommend that the full funds that were intended be used for the arts and music. Just for a little context, on May 13th, there's an email sent out to the whole district. This is everyone, letting them know about our block grant and the $7.3 million. And when we got into the meeting, we were informed that $1 million of it is wanting to be used for a math curriculum. And I have nothing against math. I actually enjoyed math. However, for years and years, and growing up in this district and teaching in this district, we have fought for every single penny of funding. And we have the opportunity, finally have the opportunity, $7 million to spend on our students from elementary school all the way through high school on arts and music. What an amazing gift. Basically have waited my whole life for this moment. Years of dedication and passion for our students. And this is our recommendation to the board, to use every dollar for that.
$9.3 million for the arts and music. This is an amazing amount of money, and it is designed to do what everybody is talking about here, and it's really a great opportunity, and we're very grateful for it. As mentioned, there are two different funding sources here for this arts and music. One is Prop 28. This was the proposition that the voters voted for, because the voters also agree they want money going towards arts and music in our schools.
So that's the Prop 28 that is on the right-hand side, kind of like, well, it's kind of in the middle of the spreadsheet there. And that money is $1.98 million, so just shy of $2 million. And the California Department of Education, the CDE, allocated that money for us. They said this is how much money is going to go to each school. And the way they did that was they looked at the average daily attendance at P1. So P1 is the middle of the year. P2 is the end of the year. So they took and they said how many, the average daily attendance for each school, and that's how that money was allocated. But then they also gave us some little bit of guidance around that, and 80% of that money needs to go towards supplemental people. So it's we can't use that money towards people, teachers, music teachers, art teachers, dance teachers that we currently have. It has to be over and above. It's supplemental. 20% of that money can go towards supplies. The block grant is a little bit different. It is a one-time funding source that ends June 30th of 2026. And so that $7.3 million, that can be used towards supplies. It can be used towards, music equipment, whatever it is that each of the school sites is determined with this committee is what they want to use the money for. And we made sure that we looked at it in an equity focus. So the schools that are red are those students that have high needs of unduplicated count students. So it kind of tells you there over under the block grant, it's socioeconomically disadvantaged or low income students, our EMLs, special education, foster youth, homeless youth, and those schools who have kind of the lower English language and math scores, those are the red schools. We made sure that like schools got the same amount of money per pupil. So if you are a red elementary school, you got the same amount as other red elementary schools did. If you are a blue school, that means that your needs are medium needs. Not high needs, they're medium. If you're a green school, that means that your needs are lower. And we're talking about the needs of the percentages of the unduplicated count students is what we mean by that. So that's how we did the allocation of the funding here. It is a lot of money, and it's going to be a lot of purchases. So for the block grant especially, there's probably going to be a lot of supplies that are going to be purchased, and therefore we're using the indirect costs of the 5.34% indirect costs, and you will see on the HR recommendations that we are going to rescind the layoff of one buyer to help us with the purchase of all of these items for 1 year. And that's my part.
Hi, my name is Shannon Jaffe. I've been a visual arts educator for 26 years. I've been in Santa Barbara Unified for 18 years, and I have 2 adult daughters who have both been through the school district from kindergarten all the way through the VADA program at Santa Barbara High School. I also have a grandson who I would love to come to Santa Barbara School District if we can get all the arts in at an elementary level, and that is what we are recommending. The committee is recommending here that the fiscal services department that we listed up here that we have actually completed A through D, fiscal has, and on E, we are recommending that Prop 28 funds, that the board that we are all creative in finding ways to supplement personnel requests that are not covered by Prop 28. Prop 28 funds will cover some personnel requests, but we all need to be creative and figure out how we are going to cover. For example, at Monroe, we have a dance teacher that is covered halfway. So we want to figure out how can we brainstorm with the district in order to get full funding for our dance and theater teacher. So that's one of the recommendations for fiscal. For the board, our recommendations are, as my colleague Michael said, to keep the full funding for the arts only. And another recommendation is we would like to see a full-time VAPA arts coordinator. Prop 28 does cover $35,000, but we would like the district to complete the salary of that personnel. You will see in all four, the fiscal services, the board, principals, and teachers all have line F to ensure that all schools have access to all 5 art disciplines as outlined and defined by the 2023-2028 5-year strategic arts plan. And what that means is the state of California, the Ed Code says that all K through 12 schools should provide access to dance, art, music, theater, and media arts. So our committee recommends that by the end of our 5-year strategic arts plan that we do in fact offer our students from K through 12 all access to all 5 of those disciplines. Right now, the state of California, we have only 11% of our schools in the state of California follow this law, this California Ed Code, and 11%. That is so low, and 79% of California schools have access to one or more of these disciplines. So our district lies somewhere in that 79%, and we would like to see Santa Barbara Unified in the 11% that offers dance, art, music, theater, and media arts to our K through 12 students. So you will see all of the recommendations show that. Our recommendations for principals, we would like to recommend that any remaining funds that are left over from Prop 28 and the block grant be distributed amongst the art teachers to avoid being rescinding funds to the California Department of Education at the end of the 3 years, and to be prepared to share an update of how the funds were allocated, and to collaborate with teachers. And for the arts leads and arts teachers, just to order supplies in a timely manner, to share funds with their site VAPA colleagues if their funds aren't being used, to collaborate, to be flexible, and again, to ensure that all schools have access to all 5 arts disciplines as outlined in the plan. Thank you very much.
And I do want to remind everyone how these 4 recommendations came about. As we were meeting as an entire committee, we knew that we had to prepare for this board meeting. And as a team, we decided I asked the team, we need to provide some recommendations and some guidance, not only the allocation, but also some guidance. And we drafted this as an entire team. This is not something that was drafted in silo by one person or just 2 people. This is something that the entire team projected on the wall, and we all went back and forth as to what are the recommendations that we are going to need in order for this to happen. So just wanted to make sure of that and provided the just some context about where these came from, these 4 recommendations for these 4 different groups. I also want to acknowledge before we move on to the last piece is that we do have other arts other team members from the arts that represent the arts all over our district, and specifically from our arts committee. So if we have anybody from the arts committee here, would you mind standing up or saying something? This is a huge, it's a historical moment, I believe, in this entire process for our district, and providing and making sure that everyone is represented, that it's going to provide our students access more than anything. And with that, when we provide students access, we also provide access and support for our teachers as well. So I just wanted to point that out. Lastly, all of our arts members have been have provided a significant role in this entire process, but this is not the end of it just by bringing it to the board of the allocations. We are meeting all of next year and a year after that and a year after that, and we all made a commitment in that committee, and we need to kind of tighten up a little bit, but we all made a commitment that if we couldn't serve on that committee for the time that we have remaining of this strategic arts plan, that our role and responsibility was to bring in someone that would represent that group, because we don't want to leave a gap that wouldn't represent elementary, junior high, high school, in all of the 5 disciplines. So this is something that we all have a responsibility. This is not a one-person show. This is not a one-person leading. This is all of us collectively to ensure that this happens. So with that, our next steps are to request our committee recommendation for the school board, SB Unified's Fiscal Services Department principals, art teachers. And on behalf of Ed Services Department and the Arts Steering Committee and all the teachers in the arts, we recommend the approval of the arts funding allocations presented today.
We have 6 public commenters, so we're 7. So we're going to do 3 minutes of public speaking time. Okay. I will say the first 3 speakers, and if you can queue up if you hear your name. So we have Stephen Hughes, Eric Heidner, followed by Herbert Banthel. Welcome.
Thank you. Is this on? Hello? Okay. Good evening. I'm so thrilled for the work that's being done by the Arts Committee, the Arts Steering Committee, and that's being considered by the board tonight. This is absolutely pivotal, and I love the word that you used, historical, in terms of funding for the arts. It's kind of, I feel a little mixed about it, to be honest with you. Not about the plan, but this is a part of what needs to happen, because we talked a lot about, and you talked a lot about in the presentation, access. And the truth is, it will expand access in the elementary levels and probably in the senior high levels too. It simply won't in the junior high. And that's because of staffing, and that's because of students, and that's partially because of student transfers from one junior high to the other. And I know, speaking as the La Colina music teacher, I know I know who that benefits. And I gotta say, the number one thing I want you to understand about this problem is that in 7th grade, there are 6 required classes and 6 periods. That's it. Like, that's the whole problem. And we can invent solutions, and we can try to work our way around it, but the system doesn't work to allow access in the junior high level. It simply doesn't. One of the reasons I know that is because for about 6 or 7 years, I've been part-time at La Colina. I know, the big school. And we can't get kids in our program either, right? And I'm having to request union waivers, and I'm grateful the union responds to it every year, but I need that in order to keep my part-time job, all right? And this is, the access portion is real. I was reading the email that was sent out from describing this whole plan to the community, and it talked about a folklorico pathway at Santa Barbara Junior High. I love that idea. It's great. My question is, can kids get into that class? Because right now, I don't think the program can function if kids can't get into that class. How are you going to staff it, right? If there's, I don't know, however many kids sign up, right? We need to expand the school day. We need to actually create some access. Otherwise, this money, especially at the junior high level, goes towards a lot of supplies, right? And supplies are great. Don't get me wrong. I can pay for a lot of trombones. But if it's going for empty seats, how are we supposed to use it, right? We really need to focus on this and create an expanded access point at the junior high levels. I know I'm out of time, or I think I'm out of time. I'm out
20
of time.
seconds.
It's okay. Thank you. I'm going to let Eric finish.
Thank you. Next, we have Eric Heidner, followed by Herbert Banthel, followed by Jose Fernandez. Welcome.
My name is Eric Heidner, and for the past 21 years, I have served as a professor of music and director of bands at Santa Barbara City College. I also served as the instrumental music teacher for Santa Barbara High School from 1999 until 2003. 2.5 weeks ago, I served as co-host for the 6th annual SBCC String and Wind Festival, where 16 concert bands, orchestras, string ensembles from our elementary, junior high, and high schools throughout the Central Coast performed in our Garvin Theater to receive constructive feedback from some of the top music educators in California. We received many grateful and supportive comments from the parents, teachers, and community members regarding our festival. But the comments I heard the most were from people stating how shocked and disappointed they were to see that our local school ensembles were so much smaller than they used to be, while similar participating ensembles from nearby areas such as Lompoc and Santa Maria were substantially larger. So what is causing this disparity between our local school music programs and those in neighboring districts? I have been asking that very question to every single music educator I know, and the answer is always the same. These other schools all have 7-period days for their junior high schools, which allows their students much greater access to all electives. And with every single 7th grader now required to take a new semester-long health course in addition to 5 other required courses, it is now impossible to take any electives from one of the 2 semesters of a student's 7th grade year. The junior high years are absolutely critical in expanding students' abilities in music and the arts, allowing them to flourish in high school, college, and throughout their lifetimes. Imagine the long-term impact of denying a student a semester or a year of math, language arts, science, or history during those junior high years. It would be absolutely devastating. By restoring the 7-period days to each of our 4 junior high campuses, you would drastically improve access to these courses. Giving SBJH faculty a mere 10 days to vote on restoring the 7-period day in the midst of a contract salary dispute was absolutely not the proper way to address this critical issue. And it resulted in a mere 30% response from the SBJH faculty, who did not have enough time to truly weigh the importance of the issue. An overwhelming majority of students and parents want a 7-period day back. So please right this wrong and work with our Santa Barbara Teachers Union to make good on the promise that was made by the school board in 2006 to restore that 7-period day to our junior highs. I would be happy to discuss this matter with you further, and I can put you in touch with the rest of our Performing Arts Advocacy Group. Please feel free to email me at heidner@sbcc.edu. Until this crisis is resolved, our advocacy group, which has already collected over 900 signatures in support of this open letter to the SBUSD about this matter, will continue to make this critical issue known to the public at large.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time and consideration.
Next, we have Herbert Banthel, followed by Jose Fernandez, followed by Cornelia. I'm sorry, Cornelia, I can't read your last name. Welcome.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Herbert. I'm 10 years old, and I'm in 4th grade at Washington School. This year, I started to learn how to play the trumpet at school in the Bravo Band. I really like the practices together with my friends and my teacher at school. And the best part was when we all last week were playing in the big theater in the City College. This was really amazing. I want to get better at trumpet and maybe also learn more instruments in the next years. Thank you for making this possible for all children in Santa Barbara.
Thank you. Jose Fernandez, followed by Cornelia, followed by Rich Lashua. Welcome, Mr. Fernandez.
My name is Jose Fernandez. I am 10 years old. I attend at Washington School. This year I started to learn how to play the violin. I
This year I started to learn how to play the violin. I appreciate
my music class because I feel like music is a universal language. We always have fun, laugh, and express our positive creativity. I would like to experience music in all my years I attend school. It makes me feel happy and calm in a world that can sometimes make you feel the opposite. Thank you for giving us the opportunity of learning music together.
Thank you for your public comment. Next, we have Cornelia. If you can pronounce your last name,
Yes.
sorry.
Honorable members of the school board, my name is Cornelia Alzheimer. I'm the mother of 4 children. This year, my youngest son, Herbert, was able to participate in the Bravo program. It was an amazing experience for him, and as you just heard, he feels inspired to continue with this. I want to commend the school board that you provide this opportunity for our students. And I want to encourage you to please continue offering music programs in all elementary and junior high and high schools. I read that students in public music education score higher on SAT tests. Well, I'm not a scientist, but what I see as a parent is that playing music generates a more positive perception of school in general, and it furthers connection between students to achieve something together as a true team. Playing in a band or an orchestra and the feeling of achievement, recognition, acknowledgement, the applause they receive when they perform as a community of musicians is something that our children don't get anywhere else. Only music can do this. Let us make an effort to continue giving that opportunity to our students, to all of them, elementary and junior high and high schoolers. COVID deprived these kids of so many chances and experiences. Music is an indispensable component of our efforts to make up for that. I understand that finances are tight, and music appears to be so easily earmarked to take the back burner when our students, especially now, post-COVID, need more attention also in math, science, and language arts. But I was told when band programs are running right, they're even a money saver for our district because of the large class sizes. So let's go for this win-win. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Rich Lashua, followed by Kat Ross. Welcome.
Thank you. Excuse me. All right, you got me? Okay. Thank you for allowing my principal, Dan DuPont, to create a schedule for next year that saves music at Santa Barbara Junior High and offers the only dance class that feeds directly into a high school program. We hear much about respect, but we're asking for responsibility too. Prospective families and the principal working to turn my school's name around deserve for the public to know that cutting music was not his idea. Further, Brett Larson requested a transfer because he wanted to work full-time at one site instead of trying to revive 2 flagging programs at different sites through part-time work. Suddenly, we've opened a full-time position and added Folklorico as a PE alternative. There's one teacher in the district that created an entire mariachi folklorico music program which revolutionized a district in Ventura. That teacher is Brett Larson. I'm struggling to figure out why he was transferred because we couldn't keep him, only to offer a full-time position in his wheelhouse as soon as he left. I know you can't publicly answer in this moment, but was this shift made so Prop 28 funds could be used instead of existing district funds? Does this in turn affect what's available to me and my colleagues at Santa Barbara Junior High? I mean no disrespect, but I've been up here so much that strangers in public are stopping me with questions for which I have no answers. They're directly attached to our stated goals of access to all students and empowering arts leadership. Sadly, my union and I fear that the board hears teachers' tone more than our content. I've warned about the death of arts programs for over a year, and until the cut was announced and the public responded, no change was made. The money's there, but nothing happened until the new County Performing Arts Teacher of the Year rallied the public to save his own job. There's an open letter with around 900 signatures showing the public's values clearly. Arts solutions, not Band-Aids. It's significant that its authors, La Colina Performing Arts teachers Mrs. Swayers and Mr. Hughes, whom you just gave the Every Child, Every Chance, Every Day award to tonight, created this. They are two people who most directly benefit from our racist enrollment policy, yet they are the first to speak out. This was eminently avoidable, and the core issue of access is still exacerbated by lopsided open enrollment. Parents, please listen. Leaving a school when it doesn't offer what you want is how these problems began. It's fixed when you tell the board, my neighborhood school needs this. The same holds true in labor talks. Many top-notch folks behind me just want to work in equity. They want to know why we could pivot to save music, but not everyone else who's been here in tears, anger, and yes, respectful requests for the entire school year. Thanks for the reminder that we need to stand together by the facts, because ultimately the community is on our side. We have the money. We've had the money, and it's fiscally responsible and reasonable to conclude that we will continue to have the money. 15 and 8, please. There's still time to do the right thing.
Thank you. Kat Ross. Welcome.
Hey.
Try it.
Hi.
Yeah.
Okay, great. I'm so excited about this, guys. It's going to be so awesome. Do you know that my kilns are going to get installed? I'm so thankful. I really am. I couldn't be more excited. I do have a question. I'm reading the allocations, and I noticed the district as a site on its own got $268,000, and then they also got indirect funds, $394,000, and that makes a little over $660,000. And I heard the buyer, and that's great. And I know that the prop money will be used for partially the VABA Arts Coordinator. But there's still a lot of money there that I don't understand. And I just want to know, like, what the plan is. I'm not saying there's something wrong. I couldn't figure it out reading it, and I would love to know more. Thank you.
Thank you. That is the last public commenter for this item.
Okay, thank you. So board members, questions, comments, discussion? Ms. Bill?
I have a few questions. Denise and maybe some of your presenters. Can you clarify the comment about some of the funds going? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I have questions, I said, of the presenters. Can you clarify the comment about the math funds? That's confusing to me because I see on this allocation that all of the money is going to the school. So can there be some clarification on that?
Yes, I'm actually going to tap in Ms. Hernandez, Kim Hernandez. Can we put up the allocations? Thank you.
So up there in the top where it says district, 268,000. We did carve off some of the funding for STEAM allocations in the elementary schools. Yep, and I'll let Denise talk about that.
Thank you. So all the elementary principals are gathering all their allocations so that they can work together, because when we look at, let me give you a quick example. If you look at all elementaries, none of the elementaries can afford a full-time arts teacher. So in an effort to cover funding in different areas of what we need for the arts in STEAM, we're purchasing supplies as an elementary team. And so this is something that the elementary principals decided to carve out. So it's about $100,000 that they are using for supplies as well. And these are supplies in the arts for STEAM, and STEAM has the arts in them. And this is something that was on their plans. So when you look at all of their plans, in the plans that the principals have put together, STEAM is part of the supplies that they have requested to include on there. And notice that, and this is $100,000 total for all of our 7 out of the 9 elementaries.
So it's not $1 million to math. It's
no.
And then can you also clarify the question that came up about the 303,468.87 going to the district. And then also, I did ask this question before the meeting about indirect costs. So can we talk about those two sums?
I just wanted to clarify that really quickly. The $1 million, when we were in our all-day meeting, the block grant, which is the 7.3 million, in the first initial, I guess, conversation that was being presented was that $1 million was going to be used for a math curriculum, which is which we then removed, and we want to clarify that we do not want that as a recommendation. We are recommending that all $7+ million go to the arts and music.
I do want to clarify that 1 million is not shown here and it's not something that was taken away.
So
or
if we were
removed.
to approve this is up for approval tonight, there is no diversion of funds to math. There's
No.
some being spent on STEAM. Okay, so then.
Can you
so
go
to-
back to the presentation?
And to follow up the question, the same thing that I'm asking is there's the district at the top and indirect costs. And I understand indirect costs, but I think it does need to be explained. And then to explain the district portion of this, please.
Yes.
So when we receive grants, the state tells us how much of an indirect cost that we can charge on the grants. So for the block grant, the state has told us the most we can charge for indirect costs is 5.34%. So that's what we have done there. And so indirect costs are things that are kind of behind the scenes working to help make sure that programs occur. And it's all the things that operational costs that go to providing the services that we need to do in our school district. What was your other question?
So part of that is, I think earlier it's been mentioned that at least some of that money is going to go towards the buyer.
Yes.
Who's going to buy the materials, and I don't know if there's other things that you can explain there. And then at the top of the chart is a district allocation that there's been a question asked about, and I'm curious too, what does that fund?
That's what we mentioned regarding the elementary school principals wanted us to group together for the arts part of the STEAM purchases.
So, but I thought I heard from Denise that 100,000 is going towards STEAM, but here it says 303,464.
Oh, so part of the Prop 28 was also allocated by the state to the district. So both of those combined together make up the 303. So the state allocated $35,000 to the district, and then part of the principal's allocation for the arts part of STEAM was carved off there for the district to provide that information for that.
So that means the amount that's not being used for STEAM, the district can use towards the arts programs, and we
Yes.
have not allocated that yet.
Correct.
Okay, that's good to know. And then final question, this seventh period issue keeps coming up. This question is actually for the superintendent. My understanding is there may possibly be a change in the future, maybe that might facilitate this. I don't know if we can talk about this at this time.
So the seventh period is a negotiated item with SBTA. It's not something that we can unilaterally implement, and it's not part of our current negotiations, but that is something that we would have to talk to them about to bring forward in future talks.
My question is actually a little bit different. I know that this health class has been an issue because it has created another class that takes up a period elective or period of instruction, and there have been some solutions suggested combining PE with the health elective, and another has been at Goleta Valley High School, junior high school right now, a small percentage of students can take an intensive 9-week health elective in the 0 period. Now, there are staffing issues, and somebody has to be willing to teach that, but that does free up some time. And I don't know if there's a contemplation to do this at the other junior high schools, allowing a period to be freed up.
So again, that is done on a voluntary basis. As you heard Mr. Hughes say, he's volunteered to do that. If a teacher agrees to do a 0 or 7 period, that's a waiver from the contract language, not something that is done unilaterally from the district.
And then I think maybe my final thing is a comment. It has to do with this, the fact that there is a commitment, or we're being asked for a commitment to support arts at the schools, and this issue of the junior high and the gap there. And it is a very sticky, thorny subject because it does have to do with attendance and staffing. And this is not such an easy thing to solve when the community seems to be speaking to some degree by transferring out of the districts. And so I personally don't have an easy solution to that issue because I do think that that takes a buy-in from the community as well as the teachers. So, you know, I've got that in my mind to think about as far as how are we going to do that. But I'm wondering, just in the essence of creativity, is there any way, you know, we can't just move people. We can't say, oh, by the way, it's August and you're going to another school. That's complicated. But is there any way to combine arts instruction if we have something that we really want but is under-enrolled? And I don't think I'm a classroom teacher. I don't know if I can call on people who raise their hand. But these are some thoughts I have. I just want to express them.
So can you just put a slip in so that we're doing proper process of orders? Not, this is just in this situation so we can get clarity. Don't think it's going to be all the time. I'm just saying, so everybody don't get we'll just do this, and then I'll have you speak, Mr. Escobedo, right after that, so that we can, while he's doing that, you want to make your comments? Oh, he already had us, yeah, he did come up. Okay, can we, okay, I'm going to do it in order. Do you want to make your comments while he's figuring this out? No. You're going to wait? Okay. We'll wait for you to come. We're just trying to be creative and try to navigate through this. So if you're going to come on up. I did
want to say, thank you, Mr. Lashoa, but I do want to say that Dr. Sheffield has been working on the issues of Bell's schedule, and Ms. Edison has been working on the issues of the ed code around open enrollment policies and what the district can and cannot do when it comes to limiting the number of seats that are transferred in or out, as you mentioned in your comments. So I would like to have an opportunity to have Dr. Sheffield talk about that Bell schedule piece, and also Ms. Edison talk about the ed code around the open enrollment policy, which, as you stated, is not something that can be decided in the meeting tonight, but is actually something that would need to be studied by the board with input from many stakeholders. So can I just,
can we call him
you
up
can
to
decide
finish
on the
that?
order, but I just want to make
Yeah.
sure we bring them up.
Can you just come on,
Mr.
make your
Lashoa.
comment? And it's a 30-second comment. It's not 3 minutes.
30 seconds, please.
I'll try. Okay. So, in answer to your question, and I identify this greatly as a parent myself of a student who's about to go into junior high. Families are leaving because of their perception of where the arts are. Not necessarily where they are, but their perception of where the arts are. And so because of that, you get this negative feedback loop where the struggling schools who have literally County Performing Arts Teachers of the Year running the classroom, so it's not a matter of who's staffing it, we just can't get bodies in the seats because everybody has heard that things are better at this school or that private school or whatever it is. And so as long as we continue to just allow Facebook run whoever goes to whatever school, we're going to be in the same situation because there's no
Thank you, Mr.
block
Lashoa.
on the bottleneck.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Okay. Thank you.
Good evening, board. The question around transfers, the law requires that the district have an open enrollment policy. There is a limitation on that. If the board feels that the transfer policy causes racial imbalance amongst the schools, it can limit it.
Just remember, you've been so good to this evening, so just because it's saying something you don't agree with, please allow the speaker to speak. Thank you.
And that is the law.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Board. At the beginning of this school year, starting in actually August, we did start a bail schedule committee that included both junior high and high school. We did spend some time establishing what they could look like, what the schedules could look like in the junior high as well as in the high school space. At the time, we were beginning negotiations, and then we were brought to a pause in that process. It is something that does need to be negotiated between SBTA, and so we had to pause on that. In regards to having that additional period, both 0 and or 7th, there are some schools that have put in place an opportunity to have that 7th period class. 0 period is the most popular for our 7th grade students to take that health class. Health has been combined with a PE class also. They found it not to be as effective in conversation with our principals, and so they're looking to have that 9-week. Right now, they're looking at putting that health class as that 0 period or within a will with the elective space. Our schools are really working hard to be imaginative, specifically with our students that are in our EML program, as well as our AVID or leadership, those classes that take up that additional space that would take away that opportunity to participate in any other elective. And so schools are trying to use that as an opportunity to open the door for our students to participate in other areas. So we're asking them to do that. Hopefully they can get some volunteers that would be willing to work a 0 through 5 or work a 2 through 7 class schedule. In regards to other ideas, there is an idea in regards to collaborating with the high school space. And so offering an opportunity for our students to take, in particular at Santa Barbara Junior, opportunity to take advanced band or jazz with the high school during 0 period. That is an option. And then we've been working for a while in collaboration with Franklin Elementary, Santa Barbara Junior High, and Santa Barbara High School. We've been working with the assistant principals in those spaces to develop the Folklorico. So we've been working on this for a while. They have decided to put that class, it's a dance class, so that can take PE credit. And so we've had some interest, and so that will be implemented at the junior high space, but it'll really be a flow. They have a strong Folklorico program in the elementary space as well as in the high school, so we really want to make that transition from elementary, junior high, and then the high school. So we will have that opportunity for our students to participate at Santa Barbara Junior High during the PE class as a dance.
Mr. Escobedo.
Okay. So I guess since we're on the topic, I'll start with the topic of either the transfer policy or the 7 period day. And I'm just going to state, so it's on the record, is like I am in favor of a 7 period day, or even talking about the transfer policies. The fact is that we can't do it without our union partners, and it's going to take some discussion with our union partners that they agree to enter into this with us. Because even when we're talking about the transfer policy, there are going to be a lot of parents that are going to be upset about this policy. And I think Mr. Lashwell was absolutely right. I think it's more about perception than it is about reality. And that's going to be a thorny discussion for us to have as not only a school district, but a community. And I don't think that we can, and I really would not want to, without union support and union partnership on that. And so that is what I think about that. But I think we can all agree that there is an issue in the junior high space when it comes to arts. And so my question to you, Dr. Maldonado, is it possible for us to have a board study session at some point? We're not going to solve this before next school year, but plan out a board study session for us to kind of talk about what are our options at solving this junior high school access to the arts problem. And even if many of those options we need union partnership, at least we will have the options on the table. And I say we invite our union partners to that conversation. We invite our art teachers to that conversation. And I think I would feel very comfortable about us trying to work through this problem together, and whatever that looks like. I don't know what is possible, but is that something that you think that we could do at some point in the future?
We can absolutely do it, and you're absolutely right. We can't do it for this next school year. It would be something we would implement in the following school year. And I agree that we would start with a board study session, but at the same time, we will also need to do a lot of outreach to families. As you know, we only have kids, 50% of the kids leave every year in junior high school because we only have 2 grades in junior high school. But that's definitely something we can put together. I just want to make sure the board knows the board study session is one thing. The most important part is all stakeholders understanding what that policy change and or changes will look like. And definitely it takes a partnership with the teachers union. There's no way we can impose it otherwise.
Yeah. And so, so I would like to voice support for that, and like to hear from some of my colleagues. Other questions that I have. So, Ms. Alvarado, can you walk me through again how the allocation is decided? How the level of needs for each of our schools was decided? I kind of lost track.
Let me go back here. So the principals first started this document, which is a funding accountability plan. That was the start of it all. And we provided each, instead of, the district did not decide on what the needs were for the school sites. The principals, along with their arts members of their school, reviewed this information. And what was asked of them is, what is the art discipline that you are requesting funding for? If you see on the first column, is this a one-time fund or is this a multi-year fund? What is the proposed spending? What is it that you're requesting? What's your rationale for it? What's the total allocation and the amount? Or who is the total number of students and staff that are going to be supported? And then the total allocation that you're requesting. So that was the starting point that every school site had. They did, for accountability purposes, they were asked to also share this allocation accountability plan with their school site as well as with MLAC. Once that happened, April 15 was their deadline, so they were given about almost 2 months, a month and a half, to put this together with their team. Once that was completed, then we moved on to this part. Prop 28 was already done by the state of California. We really didn't have to do anything on the district's side. This is posted publicly on the state of California CDE website, and the amount allocated for Prop 28 is specifically designed already by school side. We didn't have to do anything with it. Block grant, on the other hand, the block grant was larger, and the block grant is the allocation that is a one-time fund, and we have 3 years to spend that money. With this block grant, we use the equity formula that is used for other allocations throughout the district. And the green, if you look at the second bullet or arrow block grant, this was allocated based on this formula, which includes socioeconomically disadvantaged students, emergent multilingual learners, special education, foster youth, and student outcomes based on ELA and math test scores.
Okay, so I think I found out where I got confused. So the level of need was not need for the arts. That was based on the equity formula that we had already calculated. Okay, thank you.
That is correct.
Okay. The next question is, on one of your slides you had 3 bullet points, and the third bullet point was stating build on and expand partnerships and collaboration with community resources, people, funding, and facilities. And a question I had for you, and I failed to ask this during the strategic arts plan conversation. Did we ever run this by the Creative Children's Project that is through the County Education Office?
You're talking about the strategic arts plan, if we ran that?
That, or even just the expand and on our partnerships, have we already explored that as a partnership?
So we have a significant amount of partners already that were identified by all of our committee members in our district, as well as other administrators that are involved in the arts. And they are one of our partners. What we did with our community partnerships, in order for us to explain, we hosted 2 town halls. One that was here at the district level, in which we explain our district initiatives, and I had an opportunity to share, along with 2 committee members as well, to the public about our plan and the goals. The second time we had a town hall, that was hosted at the Santa Barbara Arts Museum, the Museum of Arts, and that was held also with an invitation to all of our arts partners and anyone else that we could advertise to, so they could also hear what our goals were and what our initiatives were in terms of just the arts.
Thank you, that's really helpful. My next question is actually for Ms. Hernandez. So I know in the past we've talked about the possibility of the state, because of the financial situation that they're in, not necessarily taking away funds, but delaying payment for either Prop 28 or the block grant. Do we have an update on that?
Well, lucky for us, they've already given us this money already. We have it. The Prop 28 money is supposed to come every year. The block grant is a shorter time period, and it's actually will be done in 2026. I think we mentioned 3 years, but it actually will be done then. We already have all that money. So, they can always take stuff back, but currently we have it in hand.
Okay, that is my last question. Thank you very much. And I just want to thank the Arts Committee for all of your hard work. It is extremely thoughtful, and one piece that I really appreciated is the recommendations piece. And it was recommendations for the board, for principals, for teachers, and the amount of detail and thoughtfulness that went into not only the strategic arts plan, but even this funding piece. And it shows, so thank you so much.
Thank you.
Additional comments, board members? Mr. Banning?
I'd like to echo the thanks to the committee on putting this together, and the visionary work of assuring that we have this kind of programming in the arts. I'm not sure that everyone in the room knows this. I started my education career as a teacher of junior high school and elementary instrumental music. I taught at the high school levels, and it's a huge part of my priorities for education in general, and I want to thank you. It's wonderful. It is historical to get this kind of funding and be able to do it. And the committee's done remarkable work to pull all this together. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I echo comments, don't need to repeat those, and even some of the questions that I had down. So again, thank you for this presentation, certainly to the committee who has worked hard on this. Looking forward to this. Again, it's going to be a game changer in how we're able to do that, and even elevating, again, the needs that are already been expressed here. And I think that it's 2 things for me. So I first want to say that, yes, I do support a budget session in the way that we need to do it, so that we can further understand the implications of all that has come with regards to the classes and that sort of thing, because we just need to, we don't have the time tonight to really give it its due attention. So I'm supportive of that coming forward, because we realize that's not something we can solve tonight. It is even next year as we look at that, but do know that that's coming. And I also just want to echo that the issues with, even with perception. I wasn't sure what that meant, but even like to have that discussion. Is it perception of why this school or why it isn't? I mean, I've been in this district certainly as a board member, certainly as a parent, where we had different flights of parents going different ways, and it's perception. So it hasn't gone away. So it's a real thing. And so how do we then, as a community, address that as well? Whether we need to change it, culture, or whatever the case may be, but how do we want to change Santa Barbara Unified's culture? And so that we're not having those perceptions. Any school that you're able to attend, it's going to be worthy of your attendance and you're going to get a great education. So I really appreciate that being said in, through the committee work that's happening here. And I am looking forward to ongoing conversations to continue to support this and to get at the heart of making sure that it's not a one and done conversation, even at the budget stage. We continue to talk about it, and I want to see back those things, what has happened with that, what has changed as a result of everybody, getting together and work toward it. So again, thank you for everyone who's here tonight. I just want to say I played French horn. I don't see a French horn here. I've seen trombones and trumpets, but I used to play, French horn. So you play French horn? Oh, okay. Really good. Okay. Thank you. Okay. All right. I hear there's a club too. So I don't know. I might have to join. We have to get together on that. Okay. See? Oh, all right. You too. All right. With that, this is an action item, board members. So if no further discussion, if we can have a motion for approval.
I move that we approve the arts funding through the block grants, Prop
28.
And the block grants.
I second the motion.
Okay, been motion and second. All in favor, please raise your hands and say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you so much. Thank you for your hard work on that. We're just going to take a quick 5-minute break before we go back to public comment. So I'm going to call us back to order.
Thank you.
Mr. Escobedo.
All right, we are no longer accepting speaker slips for general public comment. We will go back to the 90 seconds, and I will call the next 3 folks. We will start with Joel Block, Charles Clow, Tanya Mark. Welcome.
There we go. Good evening. I come before you again, unfortunately, to share my frustration and disappointment. While it is to be expected that the school board and SBTA have different perspectives in salary negotiations, it is disturbing that the board has time and again, when faced with an opportunity to develop a partnership with teachers and create trust, has taken action or inaction that fostered resentment and distrust. Over a year ago, we begged you to help us by negotiating on increasing salaries. Instead, you refused to negotiate and unilaterally imposed an insulting raise. In September, we submitted our sunshine letter and asked to start negotiations as soon as possible, yet you chose to take weeks to publish your own and tried to put off negotiating until January. When we suggested scheduling mediation in early February, you told us you could not go to mediation until March. When we were given 5 dates for fact-finding, you let us know that none of them worked and chose a date after all those dates. And now at the last board meeting, you voted to lay off employees on Teacher Appreciation Day and refused to direct employees to find a way to rescind those layoffs. To add insult to injury, at that same board meeting, after claiming that budget constraints required the layoffs, you voted without question to spend thousands of dollars for an outside consultant to do a job that district employees are hired to do.
Thank you.
Is it any wonder that teachers are resentful, distrustful, and believe that you do not care for us?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Charles Clow, followed by Tanya Mark, followed by Leslie Peterson Ayala. Welcome.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Charles, and I wanted to focus my comments this evening on a remark from the last board meeting after hearing over 80 public commenters speak, one of you was tempted to unriff one of the 15 people you laid off, to which another of you pushed back, saying that you weren't sure it was the right thing to cave to pressure tugging at your heartstrings. At first, I was surprised by this, but while it's shocking, it's not surprising. The more I thought about it, the less surprised I got. From the beginning of the school year, you just haven't been emotionally invested in this staff that you claim to support. And I don't know, I see us continuing to show up and advocate for one another and helping out each other. And when I hear my colleagues' stories, my emotional investment in what we're doing deepens. It's strengthened. And I just know that, like, we'd like you to solve the problem now, but if you want our emotional investment to continue to deepen, we'll show you in June and in August and again in November. One more thing I just wanted to say really quickly. I'm the club advisor for the Gender and Sexuality Alliance on San Marcos High School's campus, and I'm immensely proud of my students who live by that motto and make our campus community better every day. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Tanya Mark, followed by Leslie Peterson Ayala, followed by Sharon Jugata.
I could just have 1 second. Sorry.
Yeah.
It's a little chilly in here. Okay. I'm ready. Can you hear me?
Yeah, welcome.
All right. Hi, I'm Tanya Mark, she, they. I teach biology, math, health, and study skills at La Cuesta Continuation High School right next door. Oh man, I got a lot on here, but a lot of stuff has happened tonight. So, yeah, emotions are running a little high. I teach biology, math, and health. Those are all science and math. And I'm pretty appalled to hear that there's money for arts funding going to science and math and STEAM. I know arts is included in STEAM, but that's a lot. Okay, I returned to work March 1st after being out with cancer. Thankful to be standing here today. And even more grateful to the teachers who are the overwhelming majority of people who donated to help me through everything. Let that sink in. The people, and we are people, not just numbers on a page, who have been out here for over a year fighting for a living wage are the very same people who are willing to help me in my time of need. I came back to work with a newfound mindset full of all the cliches, namely not to let the small everyday things get to me. I pride myself on being a really strong person. It is humiliating how quickly you eroded that mindset. Your inaction and inability to do what is right and what is necessary brought me down in a matter of weeks. It is difficult to not sweat the small stuff when this district is increasing the amount of small stuff every day by slashing supports both inside and outside of the classroom. I am jinx monsooning my way through every day. Multiple students didn't bring their iPad to class when we're doing a Desmos assignment in math. Water off a duck's back. Those same students go to room 5 to borrow an iPad from the class set, return, log in to Google, get to Desmos, and now the code for the Desmos login has unfrozen from the screen because too much time has passed. Water off a duck's back.
You can finish your thought, please.
Realizing it's 4 p.m. and I haven't peed since 7:45 a.m. Water off a duck's back. And that's not even getting close to the 3 pages of things that show that for years, the way you guys treat us, it's not new. There's gaslighting, trying to make us feel like we don't care about our students when we're bringing up important issues on a listening tour that you requested. While the person that the district is paying to help you, Dr. Maldonado, to figure out how to interact with people in a positive way, is sitting right there. And I don't know what notes she gave you after that meeting, but our principal came to us and basically told us that we're the ones that are the problem and don't care about our students. And I'm here to tell you that is not true. So to be perfectly honest, I'm not sure what it is you need to hear that will get you as the board to push the district's bargaining team to give us what we need. But I hope you heard it from someone tonight. I hope that tomorrow we all get to stop fighting and start the many-year journey of mending what you have broken.
Thank you for your public comment. Next, we have Leslie Peterson Ayala. Thank you. Next, we have Sharon. I'm gonna say this incorrectly, so please correct me. Jagota. You can correct me, please. Thank you.
My name is Sharon Yegotka.
Yegot.
My
you.
son is a student at Santa Barbara High, and I'm very proud of his courage to stand up for Israel. Since fall 2023, our son has been trying to express his freedom of speech with the following, and I've also have sent an email to you, Ms. Maldonado, but with no response. First, he wanted to display Israeli flags in honor of the 200-plus hostages, and secondly, opinion piece for the school newspaper, The Forge. Why is our son being censored? Since October 2023, he has been trying to display Israeli flags as a memorial to those taken hostage by Hamas. He has a First Amendment right to freedom of speech, SB Board Policy 5145.2. His desire to display Israeli flags has been denied. There is no justification for the denial. Assistant Principal Ms. Spevak said that it might be potentially disruptive, with no proof that displaying flags for a U.S. ally would be in fact disruptive. December 2023, kids walked off campus. November 2016, kids led a protest against Trump, causing disruption again for teachers and the community. December 15th, 2023, an article was written in the school newspaper, The Forge, by a Santa Barbara High School student titled Israel-Palestine Conflict. The student's tone was sympathetic to Palestine, Hamas, and characterizes Jewish people as the enemy. In January 2024, my son wrote an op-ed in response to the article. It was denied because the journalism teacher said it was inaccurate. In fact, it was very true. The student even called my son Islamophobic.
Thank you.
Why do you allow one's viewpoint to be expressed but censor my son? This is hypocrisy and keeps occurring over and over again. The district is always talking about equity, diversity, and inclusivity, but does it really exist? Is it true? If it doesn't go along with your politics, you won't allow it. And honestly, I'm tired of the hypocrisy.
Thank you for your public
One
comment.
more. In conclusion, if Santa Barbara High School's newspaper, The Forge, writes, quote unquote, with journalistic integrity and the First Amendment in mind, then please allow my son's op-ed to be published.
Thank you for
Thank
your
you
public
for
comment.
allowing me to speak.
Next up, we have Rosalie Harduin, followed by Peggy Wilson, followed by Johan Salvador. Welcome.
Well, thank you. Good evening, board members. I'm here to support the junior at Santa Barbara High School whose op-ed was rejected. I just wanted to say that there's two sides to every coin and every issue. When only one side of an issue is being allowed to be spoken of or written about, that is called blatant bias and discrimination against other viewpoints on an issue. It is about time that our schools need to be places where students aren't intimidated to speak or share their viewpoint. Our Constitution of the United States First Amendment allows all of us to have the right of freedom of speech. The Santa Barbara School Board Policy 5145.2 allows all students freedom to express his or her viewpoint. I completely support the op-ed that I mentioned above about Israel and the facts that were presented based on truth. We need to acknowledge the facts and look at the reality of what happened on October 7th and how Israel has the right to protect itself and get all the hostages back. Hamas is a terrorist group, as seen by the atrocities they did to innocent civilians. Hamas used innocent Palestinians as human shields and placed them in front of themselves. They also placed their weapons in hospitals, schools, and people's homes, as well as planning their warfare strategies out of these institutions. So they don't fight fairly, but hide behind families and institutions. These are Hamas's warfare tactics, and because of this, the Israelis are being blamed because of it. Please do not deprive any student of their right for free speech. Ms. Maldonado and board members, I'm asking you to speak with the principal and the journalism teacher, Ms. Cloutier,
Thank you for your public
at
comment.
Santa Barbara High School, and ask them to reverse their decision on the censorship of this student. He has his First Amendment right to freedom of speech, just as other students have been given their
Thank you.
constitutional right.
Thank you for your public comment. Folks, please try to stick as close as possible to the 90 seconds. We still have quite a few public speakers. Peggy Wilson, followed by, I think it's Johan Salvador. Welcome.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm also here in defense of the young boy who's the junior whose speech is being denied. So I'm standing in support. Okay, so freedom of speech is protected by the U.S. Constitution, right? Freedom of speech is an inalienable right as articulated in the Declaration of Independence. And those rights are not under the purview of the government, and I guess of this school too. Those rights are inherent to each person. So I know you're going to do the right thing because Santa Barbara board policy is number 5145.2 gives each student freedom to express their viewpoint. So I hope this board stands in defense of this young man. And we're blessed to have a constitution and a declaration that protects everybody's freedom of speech here. And I wish it was a course you taught at school, in the high school. I don't think it's even taught here. There isn't a civics class. And I think that's really a disservice to these students. Thank you.
Thank you. Johan Salvador, followed by Rogelio Vasquez. Welcome.
My grandson is the one that wrote this article. America must stand with Israel, being a democracy and a beacon of resilience in a tumultuous region, consistently facing external threat like Hamas. The United States must provide unwavering assistance of any kind. As Israel is a sole democracy in the tempestuous Middle East, it has demonstrated its resilience against essential threats since its inception. The recent October 7, 2023 slaughter of 1,300 mainly Israeli civilians must demand condemnations by everyone of conscience. Any nation response to an attack on a civilian should be nothing more than a robust defense measure. Hamas poses a threat not only to Israelis but to Palestinians living in Java, Lod, Abu, and Goush. And the kicker is that the Hamas could not care less. Indifference to the Palestinians. Hamas stages rockets to civilians areas, hospitals, offices, schools, and neighborhoods. Humanitarian aid is diverted for personal gain. Millions of dollars sent from the Americans
Thank you.
and the European NGOs meant to Palestinians.
Thank you for your
is
public
diverted
comment.
into the pockets of Hamas and their elite friends. Cemented intended to Palestinians' homes and infrastructures is
Thank you.
diverted and used for the construction of tunnels attacking Israelis. It's essential not to be deceived. Hamas is a
Thank
terrorist
you.
organization whose goal is solely to kill Jews, Christians, and non-Muslims.
Next, we
worldwide.
have Rogelio Vasquez, followed
That's my
by
grandson.
Elisino Herrera,
Thank you.
followed by Eneden Soriano, and we have interpretation services for the next four speakers.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Rogelio Vasquez, and I've been on this community for the last 26 years. The reason to be here tonight is about the important role sports on our Hispanic community to keep kids out of the street, especially sports soccer. But when you find a coach with the power to block your kid's dream, create a mental health that all as a parent has to deal with it in order to prevent any tragedy. As a parent, I suggest to open an investigation and dismiss the actually soccer coach in Santa Barbara High School to prevent keep going a big discrimination about our community. Also look for a person with the highest preparation, education, and capability to deal with the teenager ages. And I'm here to speak for all those parents that are afraid to speak and never being heard. Also, we communicate this to the sport director and nothing happened. Really hope the district take this opinion of these parents seriously. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Elosino Herrero, followed by Eneden Soriano, and followed by Mayra Oseguera.
Hola, buenas noches.
Good evening.
Mi nombre es Lucino Herrera.
My name is Lucino Herrera,
Vengo a hablar sobre el soccer Santa Bárbara.
and I'm here to speak about soccer at Santa Barbara High School.
Mi hijo jugó soccer hace 2-3 años atrás
My son played soccer 2 or 3 years ago,
y lamentablemente él le ha dado en ese tiempo que él jugó soccer le bajaron la mentalidad muy baja.
and unfortunately, while he was playing soccer there, it really affected his mental health.
Entonces él se fue a calar 2 veces en equipo profesional, pero el coach se basó sobre el CIF
And so my son went out for the tryouts a couple of times, and the coach
lo dejó sin jugar una temporada en la high school.
the coach prevented him from playing a season at the high school.
Entonces en ese tiempo él ya no quería jugar ni en high school ni en otro equipo,
And then after that, he didn't want to play anymore, not at the high school or anywhere else,
porque ellos se basaron al CIF que no podía él jugar con otro equipo,
and so they were basing off of the CIF. He couldn't play for a different team.
y eso no era cierto porque CIF me dijo que mientras él no firmara un contrato, él podría regresar a jugar en la escuela o en el equipo donde él estaba.
And the CIF told me that that wasn't true, that as long as he hadn't signed a contract with another team, that he could go back and play with the high school.
Y entonces él ya se graduó, pero ahora eso fue hace 3 años atrás y ahora me doy cuenta que sigue haciendo lo mismo.
So my son has since graduated, and this was 3 years ago, but I find out now that the coach is doing the same thing to other students.
Y eso no está bien como un coach que siga afectando a la nueva generación que viene.
And I feel that that's not right for a coach to do, to affect the newer generations.
Y ojalá pudieran hacer algo a ese respeto.
And I hope that you all can do something about that.
Y es todo, gracias.
That would be all. Thank you.
Gracias. Next, we have Eneden Soriano, followed by Mayra Oseguera.
Hola, buenas tardes.
Good evening.
Miembros de la mesa directiva, mi nombre es Eneden.
Good
El
evening,
motivo
board
por el
members.
cual
Good evening, board members. My name is Eneden.
El motivo por el cual estoy aquí es por cuando mi hijo estuvo en el equipo de la Santa Bárbara High School.
So the reason why I am here is to speak about when my son was on the soccer team at Santa Barbara High School.
Mi hijo jugó su penúltima temporada en el equipo de la high school y antes de que finalizara la temporada, el entrenador lo sacó del equipo.
So my son played the season before his last season at Santa Barbara High School, and before he could finish the season, the coach eliminated him from the team.
Sin hacerme saber cuál fue el motivo o la razón por qué él sacó a mi hijo del equipo.
And the coach did not tell me the reason for why he was kicking my son off of the team.
Yo fui a hablar con él cuando mi hijo llegó a la casa, me comentó y me molesté porque creo que hay muchas formas de cómo él me lo pudo haber hecho saber a mí. una llamada por teléfono, un correo electrónico, pero más sin embargo no hizo nada de eso.
And so I was really upset when my son came home and told me, because the coach could have communicated that information to me in many different ways. He could have called me, sent me an email, but he didn't do any of those things.
Cuando fui a hablar con él, lo fui a buscar en los días que él hace práctica con el equipo y yo le comenté por qué tomaste esa decisión. Creo que debiste de habérmelo hecho saber a mí como madre de mi hijo para saber qué era lo que estaba pasando con él.
And so I went to go speak to the coach, and I went during the practice times that he had with his team, and I told him that he should have let me know so that I, as a parent, would have been informed.
Él me dijo que había pasado unas cosas, que mi hijo a veces llegaba tarde a la práctica. Yo le dije, si tú a mí me hubieras hecho saber todo eso que estaba pasando, yo hubiera tomado cartas en el asunto.
And so he told me that there were a few things that were going on. For example, my son was arriving late to practice, and I told him that if he would have told me about that, I could have taken charge and I could have done something about that.
Después de esto, yo le pregunté a él que venía la siguiente temporada, que si mi hijo lo iba a dejar jugar. Y él me contestó que tenía que ir a hacer los tryouts para que mi hijo, ellos iban a decidir si mi hijo jugaba o no jugaba.
And then after that, I asked him if my son could try out for the team once again, and he said yes, he could try out, and they were going to make the decision then, once he tried out, if he could come back on the team or not.
Cuando salió la lista, mi hijo no estaba en la lista, cuando él tiene potencial en el fútbol.
And when the list came out of the students that were admitted to the team, my son's name was not on the list, but he has potential in soccer.
Y no entendí cuál fue el motivo por qué él no lo pudo aceptar en el equipo.
And I did not understand the reason for why he wasn't accepted on the team.
Mi hijo llegó muy triste a la casa cuando vio la lista y me dijo que no estaba en el equipo. Me dio mucha tristeza al ver a mi hijo de esa manera.
And my son was very sad when he didn't see his name on the list and he found out that he did not make the team. And I was also very sad to see him like that.
Lo que hice fue cambiar a mi hijo de escuela porque le quise mostrar a mi hijo que hay más opciones, que cuando una puerta se cierra, dos se abren.
So what I did is I transferred my son out of that school because I also wanted to show him that when one door closes, a couple of other doors will open.
Gracias.
Gracias a ustedes.
Thank you.
Yeah, one more with transit. Next we have Myra Oseguera, followed by Kathy Neuschel. Welcome.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Mayra Oseguera.
Good evening. My name is Mayra Oseguera,
Hoy estoy aquí como un padre de la escuela Santa Bárbara High School.
and today I am here as a parent of a student at Santa Barbara High School.
Los deportes juegan un papel importante en la salud mental de los deportistas y en su formación personal.
Sports play an important role in the mental health of the student athletes and in their personal development.
Por mucho tiempo he expresado mis preocupaciones e inconformidades relacionadas al soccer.
For a long time, I have expressed my concerns and my displeasure related to the soccer program,
tratando de entender qué es la naturaleza del deporte y cómo ésta se aplica en el soccer.
in trying to understand the nature of the sport and how this is applied to soccer.
Causando más daño que beneficio.
I think it causes more harm than good.
La naturaleza del deporte va en contra de la filosofía y las pólizas del distrito.
The nature of the sport goes against the district's policy and philosophies,
Infringiendo en la póliza de salud mental, la póliza de transportación, la póliza de atletismo, la póliza de discriminación y la póliza de uso de social media.
The program violates the mental health policy, the transportation policy, the sports policy, the discrimination policy, and the social media policy.
La naturaleza del deporte les robó a los jóvenes la oportunidad de representar a su escuela.
This program robs students from representing their school.
La naturaleza del deporte puede hacer que un estudiante se sienta menospreciado, no valorado y llevado al límite de pensar que sería mejor no existir.
The way this sport is set up can make a student feel unappreciated, not valued, and even take them to the extreme of thinking that it would be better if they didn't exist.
La naturaleza del deporte mantiene a los padres con miedo a hablar,
This sports program keeps parents in fear from speaking up.
Ningún padre debería de tener que permanecer callado para que su deportista pueda jugar.
No parent should feel like they need to keep quiet in order for their child to be allowed to play.
Ningún deportista debería renunciar a su pasión a causa de su coach.
No student athlete should give up on their passion because of their coach.
Hoy estoy preparando una graduación, pero pude estar preparando un funeral.
Today I'm preparing for a graduation, but I could have been preparing for a funeral.
Espero la pronta resolución a mi requerimiento de remoción del coach de soccer de la Santa Bárbara High School.
I hope you can promptly resolve my request to remove the soccer coach at Santa Barbara High School.
Estoy a su disposición para crear pólizas que estén enfocadas en el beneficio de los atletas y no en la naturaleza de su coach.
And I am at your service so that we can create policies that benefit student athletes and not coaches.
Y quiero dar gracias a los padres que vinieron a apoyar hoy.
And
para
I
hablar
also
junto a
want
mí.
to thank the parents that came to speak today with regards to this issue.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Gabe.
Next, we
Gabe.
have Kathy.
Gabe, hold on a second. So yes, I know that it takes courage to come in, so thanking the parents for coming to speak. Dr. Becker, will you be able to follow up with these parents? Okay, thank you. Sorry.
Thank you.
Hi. Hello?
Yeah, can I call the next person as well?
Oh, yeah, no worries.
After Kathy, we have Bettina Chin, followed by Becca Wrench. Thank you.
Okay.
Welcome.
First of all, so tired. I'm one of the many teachers who have spoken, and I can't wait to get in my car, go home, and I'm going to go to sleep right away. Okay, first of all, I'd like to say I'm hoping that you can resolve the salary issue immediately, not in the future, but now. We have to keep on coming, and we say the same things, and I'm hoping that eventually you'll listen to us. Teachers in Santa Barbara need to be paid salaries comparable with those of the teachers around us in the surrounding districts. This means that 15% this upcoming year and 8% the next year would bring us up to something comparable to what they get. You can't retain teachers. We can't get teachers. Teachers are leaving. I just went to a professional development meeting where one of the teachers was going to Cold Spring. She's going to get $10,000 more, have better benefits. And I can't do that because I've been here too long, but I thought, that sounds great. So, and in addition, the rift between the teachers and the school district and the superintendent is getting everybody down. We need to mend the fences so that we can actually do what's best for children. We as teachers don't feel that the school board or the superintendent has the teachers or the students' best interests in mind when they make decisions. It just has to change because we all want what's best for the students. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Bettina Chin, followed by Becca Wrench. Bettina, sorry.
Can I read her?
No, sorry. No, sorry. Becca Wrench, followed by Rod Walters, followed by Hosby Galindo.
Hi. You might notice some of us wearing I voted today stickers. When I vote, I usually have a sense of optimism, even if I'm frustrated with what I'm having to vote on or my options. When I voted today as a union member, I only had a sense of dread. No good choices. School board, I ask of you to take a hard look at the facts presented to you by SBTA. Use these facts and your power as the school board to direct the district to make an agreement with SBTA now. There is no need to wait. Waiting will only hurt all the parties involved. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Rod Walters, followed by Hosby Galindo, followed by Kelly Mendesh. Welcome.
Good evening. In light of the recent censorship and suppression of a student at Santa Barbara High School's First Amendment rights, I would like to respond to defend this student's First Amendment rights that should be honored in this situation. First and foremost, it is essential to recognize the core principles of the First Amendment, which is to protect the freedom of speech, press, religion, assembly, and petition. The Founding Fathers understood the importance of these rights in fostering a democratic society, where censorship and anyone's right to speech is a direct exercise of the First Amendment rights, and any attempt to suppress them for expressly expressing his views would be a clear violation of this fundamental principle. Second, the school's argument that the student's speech poses a threat to be potentially disruptive must be carefully scrutinized. While it is true that some forms of speech can indeed pose a clear and present danger to the safety and well-being of the school, it is essential to ensure that any restrictions on speech are narrowly tailored to address specific, identifiable threats and do not infringe on the broader rights of the individual to express their opinions and belief. In this case, it is not clear that this student's speech poses such a threat, and any attempt to suppress his speech on these grounds would likely be an overly broad and unconstitutional. Finally, it is crucial to consider the chilling effect that punishing the students for his speech could have on the others who wish to express their views of matter of public concern.
Thank you for your public comment. Next, we have Hosby Galindo, followed by Kelly Mendesh, followed by Lisa Sloan. Welcome.
Buenas noches, consejeros escolares y superintendente. Me llamo Osby Galindo, soy el presidente de la Unidad de Maestros SPTA.
Good evening, members of the board and superintendent. My name is Hosby Galindo, and I am the president of the Teachers Union, SBTA.
Tuve el honor de ser invitado a la Junta de DEMLAC esta semana pasada por los padres de ese comité. No me sorprendió que nosotros, los maestros y los padres de DEMLAC, tenemos las mismas preocupaciones con su liderazgo.
I had the honor of being invited to the DEMLAC meeting this past week by the parents of that committee. It was to no surprise that us teachers and the parents of DEMLAC have the same concerns with your leadership.
SBTA fue el último grupo que se fue invitado a participar en sus juntas de LCAP. Nosotros sentimos que esa junta fue citada solamente para poder decir que nos incluyeron. Aprendí esa semana pasada que grupos fueron citados más de una vez para dar sus recomendaciones para el LCAP. Y lo que escuché a Steve Vance decir es que el plan de LCAP todavía puede cambiar. Los maestros no recibieron esta misma cortesía.
SBTA was the last group to be invited to participate in this LCAP process. We feel you invited us only to be able to say you included us. I learned last week that other groups were invited more than once to hear their recommendations for the LCAP. I heard Steve Vance say that the LCAP plan could still change. Educators did not receive the same courtesy.
Sabemos que por lo menos uno de ustedes tiene planes de continuar siendo figura política. Quiero que recuerden que vamos a recordar el tipo de liderazgo que nos han mostrado mientras han sido parte de esta mesa directiva. Tienen que mostrar que tienen la habilidad de tomar decisiones difíciles, aunque no sean la misma dirección de las otras personas que están sentadas en esta mesa.
We know that some of you aspire to be political figures in the future. We will remember that type of leadership you showed while you were a part of this school board. You need to show that you were able to make difficult decisions even when it went against the rest of the school board.
Queremos que la comunidad sepa que nosotros los educadores de esta comunidad hemos intentado resolver las negociaciones en cada posible instante, pero los dos equipos tienen que estar dispuestos a llevar estas negociaciones a una conclusión justa. Yo puedo decir con confianza que el equipo de maestros lo ha intentado. Nuestra meta nunca fue ir a una huelga, pero estaremos preparados para esa situación también. Si ustedes, la mesa directiva, quiere negociar sobre otros artículos, no deberían haber prolongado este ciclo de negociaciones.
We want the community to know that we educators have always attempted to settle these negotiations. However, both teams need to be willing to bring these negotiations to a fair settlement. I can say that with confidence that our team has tried to do this. Our goal has never been to go on strike, but we will be ready for that situation too. And if you want us to negotiate other items, then you should not have dragged your feet during this negotiation cycle.
Gracias por su tiempo y atención.
Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. Next, we have Kelly Mendesh, followed by Lisa Sloan, followed by Wendy Whitehead. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Kelly Mendesh, and I teach preschool in the district. This has been a long year, and in this very long year, there has been a frustratingly small amount of progress toward agreeing on a settlement. So now there is talk of a possible strike, and let me tell you, I do not want to strike. I am a worrier by nature, and considering a strike, I worry about my own finances, and I worry for my fellow educators, for some of whom this strike will cause real financial hardship. And most importantly, I worry for my students, the district's youngest learners, who would be without their teacher and would be missing out on the important learning that we do together. I do not want to strike, and it is not something that I take lightly. But I voted on the strike authorization today, and without hesitation, I voted yes. And let me tell you why. I am ready to demand that educators get the raise they deserve and that the district can afford. 15 and 8 is a reasonable request, and it is what is needed to attract and retrain the educators Santa Barbara students deserve. Even with their new 3.75 property tax projection, reserves would stay above 10% every year. We can afford this. So I'm ready to strike. But what if we didn't have to? What if you, the board, directed the district negotiating team to settle during fact-finding? What if the district stopped putting money and effort into figuring out how not to give teachers the raise and instead listened to educators, students, families, and community members, and mostly to the new union negotiating team who has pored over the numbers and found that we can afford the raise? Wouldn't that be great to put this all behind us and put our focus back on the students where it belongs?
Thank you. Next, we have Lisa Sloan, followed by Wendy Whitehead, followed by Moni DeWitt. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, board members. My name is Lisa Sloan, a resident of Goleta. I'm here in support of student free speech. In the case of a student at Santa Barbara High School, those in authority have limited his viewpoint expression in violation of both the Constitution and the Board Policy 5145.2. Not only did the authorities prohibit him from displaying the flag of our closest ally, but also they required that he rewrite his op-ed before it would be published in the school newspaper, The Forge. The student had responded to a pro-Palestinian article published by The Forge in December 2023 with an op-ed supporting Israel. Santa Barbara High School students reading The Forge have a right to hear the pro-Israel point of view. Hamas terrorists in Gaza manifested their stated goal is the destruction of the nation of Israel and genocide against the Jewish people when this past October they launched an unprovoked surprise attack against innocent Jewish civilians, killing, torturing, kidnapping elderly people, children, non-combatant men and women. Besides, whereas Israel is tolerant of their LGBTQ community in Gaza under Hamas leadership, those who come out as gay are taken and thrown off the tops of buildings. Please consider the free speech of the students of Santa Barbara High School. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Wendy Whitehead, followed by Moni DeWitt, followed by Michelle Westlander Quaid. Welcome.
Hi, good evening. Sorry I took long last time. It won't happen again. My name is Wendy Whitehead, and in 2001, I became an employee here. In 2005, I received Dan Feldhaus as my athletic director. In 2008, I was told by him that I had to do a job called paperwork, or we did the physicals, the athletic clearance forms, and the insurance for all of the kids. He came in there in 2009 and told me that that was my job and I needed to do it. Up to that point, I had never done it before. Over the next 13 years, I did his job. This job is very clearly stated in your job description of an athletic director, to do exactly what he made me do for 13 years. Day in and day out, after multiple complaints every single year, with witnesses to how I was having a problem with this. Neither of the other trainers at the other schools have ever done a piece of paperwork. In October of 2022, I went ahead and when I found out that it was not my job, that it was his job, I reported him here to the district. And then in September of 2023, I went ahead and told Tara Weiss in the district office that we were going to make an out-of-work claim. At that point, she said that go ahead and just turn it in whenever. So I went ahead with Ken, and we submitted it in late of December 2023, and at that point it was declined because there was a clause that says we had to submit it within a year. That clause is written nowhere, anywhere, and Ken and Carlos said they had never heard of the policy and procedure. So I would like their investigation to go into finding out why, for the first time ever, you're imposing this denial of a claim for out-of-state work. Sorry, yep, here you go. Here's all my paperwork.
Thank you. Yep. Yeah, you can hand it to Mr. Vince.
But I'd like to know, this is unfair. It's never been done. That whole package is all my
Thank you.
paperwork.
Next up, we have Moni DeWitt, followed by Michelle Westlander Quaid, followed by Roberta Ortega. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Board. I appreciate getting to be here, and I too just want to echo that I really do hope we stop delaying and resolve to support the teachers. The 15 and 8 is reasonable, and otherwise the alternative is we lose our teachers, we lose the things that we've invested professional development in, and basically at the bottom of everything are our most vulnerable students, and that's the majority of our students. And I would like to add too also, I'm not happy with the process of LCAP. It was really led, we got the information, we got a template, and then we had to review that and see where we disagreed. But it meant that you had to agree to the MTSS system. And one of the other things I found, even though I did talk to a nice principal and spoke to other people there, but that we just don't believe in our special ed students. I heard during a discussion, a principal was even saying, well, that's a big expectation. You think with intensive intervention that they're going to be able to read and fill out the job application. He's trying to push them into trades. And I just feel like I see it all over this district. They just underestimate these students and they don't give them the help they need. And then they get to La Cuesta, and I made a comment about this at the LCAP, and it was like, well, those people are on a deep journey. We can't really help them. We've got 6,000 other high school students. And I mean, it was almost really put on the students instead of this system, this very system that supported a failed literacy approach. That's why many of these students are so far behind, because their parents can't pay for the kind of intervention it takes to catch up. So believe in your students, believe in your teachers, get this resolved. The students here are suffering. Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you, Miss Witt. Next, we have Michelle Westlander Quaid, followed by Roberta Ortega, followed by Iris Kaminsky. Welcome.
Hello. I'm here to express my concern regarding freedom of expression. A Santa Barbara High School student wanted to set up a memorial display for people who were killed in a brutal terrorist attack and those who were being held hostage. The school administration would not allow it. He wrote an op-ed sharing his perspectives of this world event, but was told his article would not be published in the school newspaper, The Forge, though articles with opposing views had been published. This is viewpoint discrimination. Alarmingly, the school administration had their lawyers send him a threatening letter. Was this an attempt to silence him? I was his Classical Conversations Challenge Program Director in 9th grade. He came to Santa Barbara High in 10th grade. This young man is an exceptional student. He is highly intelligent, very thoughtful, and respectful. He chooses to inform himself on the issues of the day and is aware about what is going on in our local community, America, and the world. When he spoke in class, his remarks were insightful and on point. Every American has the inalienable right to share their viewpoints, whether spoken or written word. The U.S. Constitution's First Amendment protects freedom of speech, which is fundamental to all our other freedoms. Santa Barbara Unified Board Policy 5145.2 protects this students to express their viewpoints. When you silence someone, you harm both the speaker and the listener. How are students expected to navigate the real world where different thoughts, opinions, and viewpoints are discussed when their school silences these very perspectives? I expect that this school board and the staff at Santa Barbara High and the other schools will uphold the protected right of students to freely express themselves. Thank you.
Next, we have Roberta Ortega, followed by Iris Kaminsky, followed by Marina Torres-Gross. Welcome.
Good evening. I'm Roberta Ortega. It's my 28th year in the district. I'm going to speak fast because I only have 90 seconds. I want to address some comments made by board members at the last board meeting. One was we should be mindful of not doing things like giving RIF notice during Teacher Appreciation Week. That's not your fault. You probably didn't know it was Teacher Appreciation Week because the district did not really do anything except for put a message on Instagram for the public. In the social media, the teachers not even get an email from anyone in the administration. I actually searched my school email to see if I had any kind of appreciated messages from anyone in the district, specifically Dr. Maldonado. I had emails from Staples, Scholastic Books, Michaels, Office Max, News ELA, Amplify Education, nothing from the Santa Barbara School District or our superintendent. In fact, when I did a search, the last communication we had from Hilda was February, when she sent the teachers an email stating that layoff notices had to be given by March 15th, and there were some resources for mental health that were listed for us by the type of insurance. Another board member said, are our heartstrings being pulled at? Every speaker came up and stated facts about the positions being cut, not things to pull at your heartstrings. If you ever came to our schools for more than photo ops and actually spent time in the classrooms, you would not even have to ask such a ridiculous question. The last comment, we are listening. I can't, that's ridiculous. So since last May, people have been saying many things about the public comments saying that we need to support the teachers, that the teachers deserve fair settlement, that we need to be competitive with the other districts around us. You're not listening to the public, the teachers, to the parents, to the students who have come to every board meeting. There is no public comment saying we need to have 30% in reserves. In fact, all the public comments are saying the opposite.
Thank you.
And so I don't know who you are listening to. It's not your personal money. It's public money. So you should listen to the public.
Thank you. Next, we have Iris Kaminsky, followed by Marina Torres-Gross, followed by Robin Selsler. Iris Kaminsky. All right. Marina Torres-Gross. Welcome.
Hello. I've spoken at several of these board meetings, and I'm not here to pull at anybody's heartstrings, but to put a face to someone that has been laid off. I was one of the people that received the RIF notice on National Teacher Appreciation Day. At my final layoff notice, I just wanted to let you know how this went. I was handed a SAVE brochure, Save a Valuable Employee. That was the only type of help that I was offered, and also the website that I needed to file for unemployment, as well as an assurance that over the course of the next 39 months, I would be offered any type of ECE position that came up. I would get first dibs on it. Great. What am I supposed to do in the meantime? I am an ECE teacher. My whole career has been dedicated, excuse me, to the education of young children. I am also happen to be a second generation Santa Barbara Unified teacher. Both my parents taught for Santa Barbara Unified.
I just want to make sure they're not walking, just trying to get you some water if you need it. That's
no,
wonderful.
I'm fine. I'm fine. You were asking me to start my career all over again. I'm being laid off after almost 10 years of working for the district, and I'm angry. I'm not sad. I am angry, and I am insulted because you're saying that I'm expendable. I'm being bumped by after-school teachers because you let the after-school program die on the vine. the after-school program teachers, while they were great, I've worked with them previously, they don't necessarily have the experience to teach 2 back-to-back ECE preschool sessions. So I'm upset. I'm angry.
Thank
What
you.
I want is respect for all of us. What do all of us here want? What do all of the teachers want? We want respect. We want a raise. We want acknowledgement for the hard work that we do. We want to feel that, like, all of you up here, from superintendent to all the board members, are listening to us. I am trying to put a face on what it feels like, or what it is like to be riffed on National Teacher Appreciation Day, and also to know that only a few of us got the RIF notices.
Thank you.
And I feel that on this part that you chose us from ECE and after school program because you could posture that this is what you could do, this is what could happen to all of us, but you wanted to use expendable employees. I am not an expendable employee.
Thank you. Next, we have Robin Seltzler. Is Robin here? Doesn't look like it. Next, we have James Mooey, followed by Ann Davis. Welcome.
Thank you. At the end of the last board meeting, the long one, remember the last person here, in response to the community outpouring of support for music and the arts, Board Member Beal was kind enough to suggest that exploration should be done to restore a 7-period day at the junior highs. Superintendent Maldonado said that there were a number of issues with reinstating the 7-period day. Board Member Beal responded that she would like a list of those issues for the next meeting. This is on the record. I hope that this list was indeed created, number one, Superintendent Maldonado. I hope that the union was supplied a copy of this list. And lastly, I hope that the district led a committee, a district-led committee rather, will be formed to tackle each one of these challenges on the list that I hope was distributed to you tonight at the direction of last week's comments. You do have someone in your ranks with the credentials to recognize the needs of a thriving arts program. Please use him. To Board Member Beal, thank you for listening. I feel like you've been responsive, and I really appreciate that. So thank you, and I hope you'll take that ball and run with it. We have so many great people with musical background on this board and in this administration. BG, sorry. If you know what I'm talking about, thank you, music teacher.
Thank you. Next, we have Ann Davis. Well,
Good evening, Board. I read the op-ed written by the other student editor in the Santa Barbara Forge newspaper. This op-ed makes strong and inflammatory statements on the statistics of the war in Gaza. This was a very one-sided bias story acting to incite other students' opinions. After reading the statistics used, I'd like to raise the question of where did these stats come from? Did they come from Hamas? Students should produce proof of what they write and where it came from. And as of the op-ed, there seems to be a bias when there's only one side of the story told. How is it fair that Milan's opinion is not allowed? This is discriminatory and does not support your diversity, equity, and inclusion, and does not support free speech from our Constitution. What are you teaching our kids? I support Milan in his effort to speak the truth about Israel, our one true ally in the Middle East, and expose the truth about Hamas, a terrorist group that warns to annihilate Israel and then the rest of us if we do not bow to them. Please support free speech in public schools that do not incite riots or any dangerous behavior by misuse of slanted information. Please, Ms. Maldonado and board, correct this mistake and make sure Milan's op-ed is printed. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam President, that was the last public comment for general public comment.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for all those comments. I know there's been several comments, Dr. Maldonado. I'm not sure where we are with regards to this op-ed, so I'm assuming that you're following up on that, or are we looking at that?
Yes, we are working with the principal and the teacher in charge of the Forge. I'll send the board a report and update on what has been done so far.
Thank you. All right, so that moves us to board comments. We've been commenting along the way. I don't think we need to look at E10 to do board comments. So I'm going to move us to F1 of donations for May 28, 24. If I can entertain a motion for approval. It's acceptance of donations.
I move to approve the acceptance of the donations with much gratitude.
I second the motion.
Okay, thank you. Motion and second. All in favor, please raise your hands and say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. All right, board members, we're moving to the consent agenda. Are there any items you'd like to pull?
Yes. I would like to pull G2 because one of the contracts is with my employer. It's going to be the last item on the under $10,000 contracts.
Can I clarify something?
Yeah. Go for it.
Since we last met to set the agenda, that is a revenue zero contract between us and the UCSB group, and the only thing that we are paying for is transportation, but appropriately for you to recuse yourself from that item as well. And I don't know if Dr. Beal does.
I have to do it because I went through this previously when I first joined the board. I have to do it because it's with the Department of Recreation specifically.
Okay, so then Dr. Beal.
There's no do.
I'm not with the Department of Recreation.
Okay, so we have enough to continue.
Yes, otherwise
Thank
we're
you.
gonna- yeah. Okay, so with that, what we'll do is take a separate vote on that. So may I have a vote to approve the consent agenda for everything except for G2?
So moved.
I second the motion.
Okay. Motion and second. All in favor, please raise your hands and say aye.
Aye.
And now I'll look to G2. May I have a motion to approve that item?
I'm sorry, I move to approve item G2, the motion, pull the contract from the consent agenda.
I second the motion.
Item been motion and second. I'll call a roll call because we do have an exemption. So, Dr. Bill? Yes. Mr. Banning?
Aye.
Yes. Myself, yes. And we have an
Abstain.
abstain.
Yeah.
Motion passes 3-0 with one extension. Thank you. All right, so next we're going to move to H, where is report and discussion agenda. First is H1, the Governor's 24-25 May revised report and local revenue update. Ms. Kim. Can we close that
can we
door?
close the
Because,
doors?
yeah, thank you.
Frankie, can you close the doors?
Frankie, he's go-
Okay, this is on. Yeah. Okay, so this is the governor's May revise, and we added one slide having to do with the local revenue update. Okay, so this just kind of shows you where we are in the process of the annual budget cycle. In January, the governor's budget came out in January, and then and this is the budget for the next school year. So that's usually what happens in January. And then by the time we get to May, that budget is revised, and it's also revised with information from the current school year. So it's kind of like you look at it in the middle in May of the current school year to kind of determine how we're doing going forward. So that's where we are. and it's not looking great. The state budget has a $27.6 billion shortfall. We knew in January there was a shortfall, but that has gotten worse, partially because some of the revenue streams that normally come into the state have come in a little bit less than predicted. So that's why we're down. So what the May revise is doing is there will be more money, more withdrawals that will be taken from the Prop 98 reserve to kind of help shore up the shortfall. And budget negotiations continue. So we haven't gotten to the end of the school year yet to know exactly what the actual state budget will be, but this is where we are to date. So both sides of the Congress, they all kind of negotiate on what the state budget's going to look like. So, and the final budget has to be approved by June 30th. The reason why we know that will happen is because our state legislators will not receive their own funding if it goes past that. So they get it done. And then the trailer bills come in after that. That kind of describes some of the information in that budget. So, good news for us is that there are no cuts to ongoing K through 12 programs in this May revise, which is fantastic. There's also no deferrals in the funding because we had all kind of worried about that a little bit, that maybe the funding would come in slower and kind of slow roll the funding so that it might slip into the next year and help shore up the state's budget. But currently there are no deferrals that we're looking at. The COLA, the cost of living adjustment, is estimated to be 1.07%, and the last time we were talking about it, it was a little bit lower than that. It was under 1. So it's a little bit higher, which is good. For us, we receive COLA on special education and transportation, the home to school transportation. So we'll get that little bump up. And the other good news is there's no cuts projected to the minimum state aid. So for us, most of our funding comes from the property taxes, our local revenue. But we do receive a minimum state aid from the state. All community-funded school districts do. And there was a little bit of a worry because the LAO, the Legislative Analyst's Office, had suggested that the state stopped doing that minimum state aid. So for us, that's about $11 million. But as it stands now in May revise, that hasn't been touched. So that's all great news. The not so good news, there is some reductions to education. There's the one-time school facility program that's been eliminated, and we kind of always sort of hope that some of that will stick around because that helps with facility costs. There's a pulling back, they call it, of some investments that were projected. So, that's kind of like a deferral, but they're just actually going to take back some of that funding. We talked earlier about the potential for them to claw back funding. There's always that possibility, and this is where we're seeing it in education: California preschool, TK, and full-day kindergarten facilities. As a reminder, we do not receive additional funding for TK as a community-funded district, but those school districts, the LCFF districts, they do receive additional funding. So some of that's going to be pulled back in the upcoming 25-26 year. Cuts to Golden State Teacher Grant Program. The deadline for the ELOP funds is new. We had two different allocations of ELOP funding, and one of them was going to be ending, and another was going to be ongoing, and they were not going to set a deadline on that. And now they're talking about setting a deadline of 2 years. So that's something we need to be, very cognizant of. And then further requirements to Learning Recovery Block Grant is also possible. They kind of said that before, that there was a potential that if school districts didn't spend all that Learning Recovery Block Grant by a certain time period, that we might have to come up with a plan to figure out how to spend it. Or maybe they would put additional requirements on it. And for us, the local revenue update, we've been kind of talking about this a little bit. The tax assessor is estimating flat property tax revenue, and for us, they're telling us to use 3.75% growth. So remember, for us, our COLA, our cost of living adjustment, is really the increase in the property tax revenue that we receive every year. And we had been estimating 5% going past this year for the next couple years, because this year it's 5.8 right about now. We won't know exactly what it'll be until the end of the school year, but that's where we are sitting right at this moment. But because the local property taxes are flatlined at this point, we're using the 3.75 that the county assessor office did say for the county to use. So just as with, regular household budgets, when the revenue coming in, when our money coming in is less than what we have been expecting, we just need to tighten our belts and figure out what to do about that. And that's it.
Any request to speak on this item? Okay. Yes.
Yes, we have one public commenter, so if we could set the clock to 3 minutes. It's going to be Charles Clow. Is Charles back there? We know Joel Block's back there. Is Charles Clow back there? Okay. Okay. Well, if he walks in, then we can move on. But that was the only public commenter for this item.
Okay. Board members' comments or questions? Mr. Bill?
I have a question about the Learning Recovery Block Grant. That was part of our COVID funding? Or
Yes.
not? So my understanding is those were going to end or expire. This was part of our big discussion that we've had over 2 meetings. And so how does that affect, if they were going to expire, they were going to expire?
Right. I believe they go through 2028. So that was one of the funding amounts that went for a little bit longer than ESSER and those others. So it goes to 2028. But when we received the first allotment, they actually paid us for the Learning Recovery Grant, and then this year they clawed some of that back. They gave it to us and then they took it back. So they've been kind of moving that money around a little bit. It is supposed to be for learning recovery, learning loss, those kinds of things. But it goes through 2028 unless they change that. We received it in 2022.
So have we allocated the funds through 2028 and now we have to change that plan? How does this affect our funding?
We have spent some of that money for stipends for our staff and other, can't remember anything else. I think that's all we have spent it on so far. But what might happen is that they may give us some guidance on, you can only spend it on these students for these things. At this point, we don't have that. We have some guidance, but not super duper specific in whatever the state decides to do with it.
Mr. Escobedo, question?
Yeah, thank you for that presentation. I have one question. So recently there was this discussion about CSBA and CTA coming together to sue the governor's office because there was some budget proposal. And then today I had seen an article that it had been resolved. What was that what was the fight about, and what was the resolution?
I haven't had a chance to read it. I did see the headline, and I haven't read it yet, so
okay.
I don't know.
Do you know what the issue was to start?
I'm not
okay.
sure. I can follow up for you, though.
Yeah, please.
Okay, thank you. Again, thank you for the presentation. I do just have a question on your reduction to education slide. If we could, maybe perhaps in the future, so when we say that one-time facility program is eliminated, what does that mean in reality? I mean, give us an example, like as a result of this funding being, what's happening with regards to that? Because like the second one, pulling back the $555 million, that's significant. So what does that do for us in terms of either not being able to do something or no longer being able to do something? And then if we could, just again for the public and even for a refresher of our own minds, ELOP, telling us what those acronyms mean, or maybe they're not an acronym. I don't know.
Early Extended Learning Opportunity Program. Thank you, Steve.
Yeah. So just for that reason,
Yes.
just so that we're clear, and if we could, when we were saying these reductions are coming, what's the reality of those reductions? If we could add that in the future, that'd be great. And that I don't have any additional questions, and we've already spoke. Okay. So, well, thank you for that presentation. I'm going to do some agenda management. I'm going to go to item I4, adoption of the Amplified Desmos math instruction materials. Secondary, somebody's coming this way.
And while they're coming up, I've just been informed that we also have another teacher that may want to come and speak to item number, Mr. Schittler, help me here, 11. I-11 for the Teach Town instructional materials. If you don't mind, President Sims-Moten, can we do I-4, I-11, and then we'll go back up to the reports? If that's okay?
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay. Good evening, Board President Sims-Moten, Board Trustees, Superintendent Maldonado, and District staff. It's my pleasure this evening to share with you this recommendation for the Amplify Math Desmos adoption. I'm joined here this evening by Kyler Bushra. She's our math teacher at La Cumbre Junior High, as well as Christine Piasecki, who's a math teacher at Santa Barbara High School. I also want to highlight Mrs. Janet Hollister, whose work is behind this adoption. She wasn't able to make it here this evening, but I want to make sure that she's acknowledged as well. I'd like to begin by sharing an overview or a review of our math adoption timeline. You can see back in January of last year through February, there was work to develop the district lens. This work was done as a committee to determine the need for the adoption and to do some deep data analysis and to determine the lens through which the materials would be reviewed. Subsequently, that committee worked on investigating the curricula options, so determining which options were available. And then once the selection of those options was made, there was a deeper dive and a book review of the options, as well as a formal pilot. Then from that, the Amplify Desmos curriculum was selected as the recommendation for adoption. We opened the 30-day window last month, and then we're here this evening to recommend to the board the approval of the adoption, and the hope is to engage in purchasing the curriculum materials in June. Did want to just provide some updates related to our 30-day window. We did receive 5 community member comments related to the curriculum, and those comments were related in 3 areas. First, positive aspects of technology use with the curriculum, as well as some negative or concerns related to technology use. There were also some positive and negative comments related to the having students work collaboratively through the mathematics and through the curriculum materials. And then an overall concern that was shared just about the state of our math outcomes across both the district and the state as well. To set the stage for the adoption, I do want to acknowledge that on, I think it was July 12th of 2023, the California State Department of Ed approved the California Math Framework. And this is important to know because the framework does provide us guidance for instruction that really does shape the need for curriculum materials. And I did want to highlight just a few areas that are highlighted in the math framework, including teaching through big ideas, so the need to have problems that help students create connections to the real world. Also to have active engagement through investigation and connection, and some of this you'll hear as we share more about Amplify Desmos. Also the need to value students' cultural backgrounds and experiences, and having language resources for teaching and learning of the mathematics. And finally, the highlight of making sure that we're acknowledging the need for assessments, having a robust assessment system, as well as including strategies to support our EMLs. The different committees that worked on this adoption used a variety of tools to really shape the adoption as well as the analysis of the different curriculum options and the ultimate selection. And so I'd like to start with the executive committee. That was the first committee that was formed that engaged in that development of the district lens, and that really did recommend that we move forward with piloting for an adoption. And so you'll see the tool that they use there to really do that deep data dive, as well as determine like what would success look like. Then we convened the initial selection committee. So this was the committee that looked at the viable curriculum options. So they used EdReports, and EdReports is a standard clearinghouse that shows us which curriculum are standards aligned or the most standards aligned. And then they also used the criteria for review of instructional materials, success in addressing multilingual learners, linguistic and instructional needs. So this was a screener that was used as a lens through which to view the materials through, as well as usability criteria. So how would teachers experience the curriculum, and looking at the assessments that were part of it, as well as the supports that were offered in it. So that led to the building of the teacher and team reflection tool that the Curriculum Adoption Committee used, and that committee used that form to get feedback on the options, as well as the pilot teacher and student feedback. The Math Curriculum Adoption Committee, you can see, was shaped by all representatives from all secondary school sites. Every grade level was represented, and various stakeholders were also part of the team. And then you can see some nice pictures here of the different committees at work, and just the different groups that really helped support it and moved it to through this process and to where we are this evening. So I now like to invite up Christy to share some additional information.
Hi. So you can see on this slide, Sonia talked about all the different stakeholders, and Janet Hollister was wonderful in making sure that lots of voices were included, that from 4 junior high schools and 4 high schools, we had people that were on the committees, and then it was opened up to everybody to be able to pilot, and you can see the number of piloted teachers that went there. And then I haven't used the clicker. Okay, here we go. And then, oh, I forgot to mention, sorry, go back a slide. There we go. That Kendall Hunt was piloted in Math 7 and Math 7-8 compaction at Santa Barbara Junior High. Some teachers at Dos Pueblos and La Cumbre have past experience with Kendall Hunt due to it being an open educational resource. Imagine Learning was piloted in Math 1 and Math 2 at Santa Barbara High School and San Marcos. Amplify Desmos was piloted the most. It was piloted at Goleta Valley in Math 7, at La Colina in Math 7 and Math 8, at La Cumbre in Math 7, Santa Barbara Junior High, Math 7 and Math 7-8 compaction, at Dos Pueblos in Math 1, at San Marcos in Math 1, Math 2, and Math Modeling, and at La Cuesta at Math 1 and Math 2, and at Santa Barbara High School, I know it was piloted in Math 1, Math 3, and in Math Modeling as well.
Yeah, as Christine said, I'm Kyler. I teach 7th grade at La Cumbre Junior High. I wanted to show you our 3 criteria that we selected for looking at these 3 platforms. We looked at Kendall Hunt, Amplify Desmos, and Imagine Learning. Our first criteria was to make sure that it meets expectations for standards alignment and usability on the EdReports. As a 7th grade teacher, I can currently speak to the fact that CPM that we're currently using is not standards aligned for 7th grade, and so this was especially important to us in the junior high space. Secondly, we wanted to make sure that we have the same program for Math 7 through Math 3, which we currently do have, so we wanted to maintain that, and then also the suggestion for Desmos also makes the closer alignment between elementary and secondary programs as well. And then finally, we looked at criteria 3, which was some intentional design to meet the needs of multilingual learners. We're working as SB Unified to better serve our multilingual learners, so it was important that we find a program that brings the math content and the standards for math practice together with language and literacy. And we believe that Amplify Desmos has met these 3 criteria. Next one.
And four programs were originally initially identified to meet the first 2 criteria that Kyler talked about, that it's fully standards aligned, and that there's a common program for junior highs and high schools. Upon further investigation, one of the programs was dropped because it was limited or had no guidance on how to support multilingual students. So we ended up with Kendall Hunt, Imagine Learning, and Amplify Desmos. And you can see on the left the criteria that we were using to assess them. And then in the committees, before we piloted, we did a book review. And you can see, and then afterwards we did the pilot, and then we kind of took the overall score. And the scoring went as follows. It was a 1 was some evidence, 2 adequate evidence, and 3 extensive evidence. And so you can see on our initial just book review before we even used the materials, looking at all those different categories, that Amplify Desmos was standing out already. And then after the pilot, they continued to score better than the other ones for that. And then you can see we also, the reason why we're able to get these scores, it wasn't just the people in the room that we had voices of. Janet Hollister had the teachers that piloted along with the students that piloted gave an opportunity to give feedback. And so we read through all the feedback and kind of pulled things together, and that helped us with the on the piloting scores there. And so here's some examples of some of the feedback we got, just a few, there was a ton. So you can see here's the teacher feedback. Teachers really liked the engagement and the ability for students to be able to engage in the math and have fun with it, and that they were able to get them to do a little bit more, they felt they could get them to do a little bit more advanced math through the Desmos platform, the Amplify Desmos platform. So that was a few of the teacher ones, excuse me. And then the students gave their feedback as well, which is always very interesting as a teacher to read through and what they really think. And so you can see that, again, these are just a few snapshots. But we got the one that says, overall, I love, all caps, Desmos, and would like more Desmos work. They liked the animation. It has kind of a playful feel about it. And so it made it like not intimidating for them to go ahead and try and work on the math, and the teachers seemed to be saying that it was paying off to do that. So, did I give you guys enough time to read those? They're interesting.
I just wanted to give you guys a glimpse into the student experience. These are 5 photos from my classroom as the students were using Desmos. We piloted Desmos starting in October of this school year, and we have used it for the remainder of the school year, so we've piloted the majority of the Math 7 Desmos curriculum. These photos really highlight students using the suggested 2 students to 1 iPad, which as I was walking around the classroom, you can kind of see me walking around in some of these photos. My biggest takeaway from the Desmos curriculum versus when I used other curriculum going through the day was that my students with the 2-to-1 situation really had a lot more conversation and a lot more advanced discussion about the math that was happening on the screen, partially due to the nature of Desmos being interesting and fun to them. You can see in the upper picture they're watching some turtles race and figuring out the average speed. So there is some playful nature of that, but also it encourages collaboration with them, having to explain to their partner, oh, can you type this in for me? Here's why I think it's that way. Or, wait, why did you write that? I think that I got something different. So I really wanted to highlight just the collaboration between the students that you can see in these pictures.
So just briefly, why Amplify Desmos? Aside from the feedback that we received from the pilot committee, teachers, as well as our students, we acknowledge that there's a commitment to access and equity within the curriculum. There's also a strong foundation in problem-based learning. So as you saw students engaged in problems on the screen, you can see that that's an ongoing routine that is built into the curriculum. And there's also, there's just every classroom can be a collaborative learning environment, so they're often in partners or they're often in small groups engaging in these problems so that they're sense-making together, they're reasoning together, and they're building language together.
I also wanted to speak to the specific supports for EMLs. I have been a part of the cohort this year that is working with Dr. Sarah Roberts at UCSB around the math language routines. One thing that I really do appreciate about Desmos is that math language routines are embedded within the lessons that are given by Desmos, and they also support students to be able to use the vocabulary instruction. So you can kind of see on the right side, the pictures go from vocabulary developed through visual images, and then student constructed definitions, and then down at the bottom is a more formal academic definition. This one is in Spanish, but they do offer it in both languages. And then also another support would be that the online lessons offer the opportunity for students to interact with those manipulatives to build the conceptual understanding, which then helps support the language development as they have to write and explain what's happening in the manipulatives on the screen.
Yes, go ahead.
So this screen shows the parity between digital and print resources. So there were some concerns in the feedback that we got about the nature of having a digital platform, but we wanted to highlight the fact that all of the digital lessons that are designed to be done digitally are also available in print, and so a teacher can decide for themselves if they would like to do that day digitally or in print, and there also is parity between the two, so if some students are on iPads and other students are doing print that day, they can still follow along with the same lesson at the same time simultaneously.
All right, so a few slides just to finish up our presentation. I did want to share with you our implementation timeline. So for this subsequent year, 24-25, we will be moving the implementation through our junior high levels in Math 7 and 8 as well as Math 7-8 compaction. Then in 25-26 school year, it would move up to our Math 8, Math 1 compaction class as well as our Math 1 courses at the high school. And then in 26-27, we would complete it with the Math 2 and Math 3 courses. You can also see our professional learning plan. This is our tentative plan for year one. We are developing a 3-year plan so that we can support that full cycle of implementation across junior high and high school. So you'll see we have some events scheduled for June. Some of this is building up like planning around the implementation in terms of course guides, units at a glance, and giving planning day for our math compaction course. Also building an understanding of the program for our administrators because we know how important their understanding of the implementation is to the success. And then in August, we have the opt-in days, 2 days for Amplify Desmos Math with the publisher. So this would be the introduction to Amplify Desmos. We have a majority of math teachers who have expressed interest in attending those 2 days. And those who aren't able to attend would receive a training on August 14th. And then in September, and as well as our, September, December, and March, those are junior high minimum days. So each of those days would be provided with support from the publisher to give teachers an opportunity to preview upcoming units. And then you'll also see just some training there for our paraprofessionals, curriculum specialists, and some deeper learning around lesson study or model lessons, giving teachers a chance to see lessons in action, and some guided observation training and support for our administrators. You can see on this slide the overall cost for each year, the materials cost for those grade spans, as well as the professional learning, with a total cost at the end of $844,115. And this is, of course, pending funding availability. And to assess our progress within this implementation, we will use local assessments. So the great thing about Amplify Desmos is there are embedded unit assessments, so we'll use those, as well as CASP interim assessments. Our CASP assessment, PLCs will engage in cycles of inquiry using those assessments, and we'll continue our learning walks. So we are, on behalf of the Adoption Committee, the Executive Committee, as well as the Initial Review Committee, we are recommending that you approve the adoption and purchase of Amplify Desmos Math for instructional materials and professional learning for our courses in Math 7 through Math 3. You see the fiscal impact there. And I do want to highlight, I know there were questions earlier about the funding source. Funding source for this would be restricted lottery for curriculum and Title II for professional learning. And we're open for any questions, comments, or suggestions.
Any requests to speak on this item? Board members' comments or questions? No. Dr. Beal.
Thank you for that presentation. I liked hearing about the fact that you looked at different curricula, compared it before you chose to really pilot it, because it makes me feel like there's a lot of research done and we're not just finding something that somebody thought was a good idea and just kind of moving forward with it. So I really appreciate that. And it looks like the whole piloting time was done very well at different types at different schools, so the whole curricula was looked at, so I'm happy about that too. I have a few specific questions. I know that this is a secondary school math curricula, and we have a lot of feeder districts, and they all come in at 7th grade. And if I look at the timeline, it looks like you're really focusing with 7th grade, and then the next year, those kids are moving up. They'll do the second part of Desmos, and then they're 9th graders, 10th graders. So the 7th graders will go through the whole Desmos curricula. So how are we assessing students when they come into 7th grade to see if they can just slide right into this curriculum? And if they can't, what are our options? So really I'm talking about differentiated learning, right? So if they're not ready for Desmos at the first stage, what are we going to do? And kind of a related question, I guess I'm making it bigger. Yeah, really it's kind of like, how are we going to differentiate? How are we going to handle that? And are we going to have the big question was, is there going to be an initial assessment when they start 7th grade to help make those decisions?
Yeah. Great question. So when we adopt a curriculum, so Amplify Desmos, in this case, we are adopting that as a Tier 1 curriculum. So that is the standard for all students. And we would want to start all students at that, the same pacing and the same unit that all 7th grade teachers are starting with. However, having said that, I think the second part of your question is, how will we assess? I think there'll be different parts to that, but the big part will be our use of IXL diagnostic next year. So we are planning on implementing that as a diagnostic assessment, so all students will be administered that. And then from there, teachers will be able to see the skill level that they have and be able to differentiate using the IXL platform. The Amplify Desmos curriculum also has differentiated supports within it. So there are readiness checks, so that's another form of assessment at the beginning of a lesson, I believe, each unit. So there's a readiness check, and so that is administered, and teachers can get important data from that on students' readiness. And then there are additional ways to differentiate or accelerate or deepen students' knowledge based on their skill level.
Thank you for that answer. So, if I understand correctly, Math IXL can also not just be used as an assessment, but it can also be used for advanced students who are kind of really pushing the edges of the curriculum and they're not ready to maybe go to the next level. So they're not going to be placed in a higher class, but they can get additional support if they are kind of a little bit beyond, or they're faster, or they're whatever. They want to do more math, whatever they want to do. So I think we were hearing a little bit of chatter that the junior highs were looking at Math IXL, so I hadn't really known if it was going to be definitely integrated, and it sounds like it is. So I'm happy to hear that, because I think that's important. Will there be outreach to our feeder schools, or even just our own elementary schools, about preparing students for this curriculum? Is there any way we can do that?
Well, as you know, they're run by independent boards and superintendents, so I can do my best to reach out to my local colleagues and ask about that. We did reach out for EML as well, but that's something that I can work on. But currently, we do not do that.
I did hear from the Goleta Valley School District kind of interested and sort of thinking that they would like to prepare their students. So I think that that's something to think about. And then oh, did you want to say something about that?
I did just want to share, too, that I know Kyler mentioned that adopting this curriculum does align us with our elementary schools. So the elementary school curriculum, there's a lot of these programs that are actually kind of related, cousins, siblings, if you may. They're built from the same core lessons. They're just designed differently, and they might add additional supports within them, but they're all connected and related. And so that would put us in alignment with our elementary curriculum.
That's good to hear that that might be already happening, so that I'm happy about that. And then my favorite little thing is I'm always sort of interested, and this is really kind of in the future, that we are following how our students do on the SAT. And I really don't want to discount that test. I know it's not popular in the UC system, but it actually is showing to be a good predictor of college performance, and our students do go outside of the California system. So I do, at some point, want to really see if we can correlate how our students are doing in this math curricula and how they're doing on the SAT. I think that is an important thing to keep track of in this district, in all districts.
Thank you. I've made note of that so that we can investigate that.
Additional questions? Mr. Escobedo?
Thank you. It's pretty clear that you went through a thorough vetting process and got a lot of input from teachers. I appreciated the comments as well from students. That's really helpful to see a student say, I love this platform and doing math. I had a question, though. Ms. Bushra, did you happen to use any of the printed materials? And I'm wondering if it garnered the same type of engagement as when using the devices.
Yeah, so I used Desmos in the way that it was suggested for the pilot, which is 2/3 are suggested to be digital and 1/3 are only actually available on print. So the materials that are suggested to be digital lessons are available print and digital, but there are some that are print only. And so I did use those days about 1/3 of the time. And I did find that there was as much engagement because it offered a variety for that day. So if students are very used to coming in and doing an online digital lesson, then they come in and they see the paperwork. It's a good, just like a change of pace for them. But also the paper lessons are almost never just like a worksheet or practice. It's always like a card sort or some sort of activity where they're getting up and moving around the room and meeting with their peers and discussing something. They do a lot of like become a master in a specific subject and then teach it to people. So while they all are on paper, they're not just like working through it on their own. It's a lot of collaboration with those as well.
That's really nice to hear. And actually, one more question for you, Ms. Bushra. How was the initial implementation process? And I know in some of our other curriculum implementations, it's really exciting at first, and then it can get kind of hard in the middle. Can you talk about that?
Yeah, so I mostly started the year just with like curriculum that we had used CPM for last year. And then in October, like I said, we started piloting Desmos. And there was a lot of momentum there from my students when we switched over to Desmos because it was new and engaging. And I was a little worried about that, like, is this just fun? But we did the feedback from students after having done it from October through, I think I did the feedback in March. So their feedback of still loving Desmos was after the end of it. And so I really did find that they continued to enjoy the curriculum because Desmos specifically varies it throughout each unit. So it's like they're all using the same platform, but they make sure that the style of the activities are differentiated through the unit so that it doesn't get like monotonous and boring for them.
That's really nice to hear, and I appreciate that. And thank you for being here. Thank you for all of your hard work on this, and I'm looking forward to supporting it.
Thank you.
I just have a question just outside the box. Is it possible to get a live demonstration sometimes here in the room to see it? Because I know it's there and we hear that, and I know you're experiencing it, but it would be nice to experience it too. Maybe have the students, come and talk about what they like about it. Those are believable comments, but to actually see them and then to actually show us what they've learned and how to manipulate what might be really good. And I say that also saying that we're asking students, so we would adjust the agenda so that it would be here early enough to do it. But that might be, something to have them come, just doing something a little different and bringing the students in and, having them demonstrate what it is that they're learning, what they love about it. So if that's something we could consider doing.
Love that idea. Thank you.
Okay. Without any further discussion or comments, this is an action item. May I have a motion for approval?
I will move to adopt and approve the purchase of the Amplify Desmos Math online and print materials.
I second the motion to approve the adoption of the Desmos math materials.
Okay, been motion and second. All in favor, please raise your hands and say aye.
Aye.
Great, motion passes. So thank you very much for your presentation. So continue to do some agenda management. I want to go to item I-11, open to 28-day window. Who's ever here today to support that? Our teachers are here for that. And then I will be going to items I-6, 7, and 8 because they are all related. So after this presentation, we will go to items I-6, 7, and 8. Okay.
Good evening, Board President Sims Malton, Superintendent Dr. Maldonado, Board Trustees, and District staff. We are here to provide a presentation as part of our request to open the abbreviated 28-day window of public inspection of Encore Teachtown curriculum and instructional materials. I am joined today by Dr. Sonia Wilson, our Executive Director of Secondary Education, and Ms. Christine Hasty, our Extensive Support Need Teacher at Santa Barbara High School. So AB 181, a new pathway to a high school diploma. AB 181 became effective on June 30th, 2022, and then was amended again on July 10th, 2023. And it requires students with exceptional needs attending a school district, county office of education, charter school, or state special school can be awarded a diploma of graduation from high school through a newly defined alternate pathway to a diploma. The next few slides will tell you what's an alternate pathway to a diploma and what students are eligible to receive this diploma. And this is also aligned with the amended board policy 6146.6 that reflects the AB 181 requirements. All right, so what is the alternate pathway to a high school diploma? So qualifying students who don't currently have a pathway to a high school diploma and they're eligible to take our California alternate assessment. So we know we take the CASP, general education students take the CASP in reading, math, and science. So our students with extensive support needs are eligible to take the California alternate assessment to obtain a high school diploma if they meet the state's graduation requirements based on modified course content standards. And then our students are already permitted to attend graduation, but they must be permitted to attend graduation, the high school graduation. Prior to AB 181, students with extensive support needs who took the California Alternate Assessment received a certificate of attendance when they graduated high school. So this new pathway is going to allow those students to receive a high school diploma. So in order to be eligible a student, in order to be eligible, a student must have extensive support needs, entered ninth grade last school year, so the 22-23 school year or later, and be eligible to take the California Alternate Assessment. So what this means is that students with extensive support needs aren't necessarily meeting the 9 through 12 content standards. Rather, they're meeting modified 9 through 12 content standards and also meeting IEP goals that reflect those modified standards. So, who are these students? Right now we have 43 students across our 3 high schools. Alta Vista La Cuesta does not have an extensive support needs program at this time that are 9th and 10th graders as of last school year. So that's 43 students who are eligible. Across Santa Barbara Unified School District, we have 20 extensive support needs classrooms with a total of 202 students this school year. So with the alternate path to diploma, about 99% of the students will be eligible to complete this diploma.
So in order to support these 43 students in meeting this alternative pathway for a diploma, we are proposing the opening of the 30-day window for the Encore Teachtown curriculum. Encore Teachtown is a modified curriculum that will help students meet that minimum coursework criteria for a diploma, which is 130 units. You'll see on the left-hand side, these 130 units fall under different number of courses for different subject areas. On the right-hand side, you'll see the availability of the courses that are offered, these modified courses, as part of the Encore Teachtown. So just as an example, the minimum requirement for the diploma would be 3 English courses, and Encore provides 4 courses. So of the 4, a student would be able to choose or select from any of those to meet that criteria. So on down, you'll see the number of courses that are also available in other subject areas, and there's typically more availability than what's required. So it does give us a lot of different options, but the most important need is that it's a modified curriculum to support those students' learning. We did just want to share a brief video with you so you can get an inside peek of what Encore is, and so I wanted to see if that video could be played.
Encore High School is a standards-based, adapted core curriculum that drives measurable student growth and IEP progress while ensuring that all students have equitable, inclusive access to the general education curriculum via research-based instructional practices and socially and developmentally appropriate literature selections that represent the diversity and multiculturalism of high school students with disabilities. Encore High School has been purpose-built with group instruction lesson plans and independent practice across a full spectrum of academic coursework, along with integrated transition skill content that measurably improves the lives of high school students with moderate to severe disabilities. To learn more about Encore High School, explore teachtown.com.
So really the most important point is it gives students access to that general ed curriculum that they'll need to meet the requirements for the alternative pathway for a diploma.
For the board, so you know, this is the first time that curriculum for students with extensive support needs has been brought to the board for adoption. Since all students are general education students first, special education is partnered with Ed Services in mirroring curriculum adoption moving forward, and also collaborating with the planning and implementation of high-quality instruction for all students. So our timeline, last March, during the Professional Development Day, Teachtown came and gave a curriculum overview presentation for all of our extensive support needs teachers, elementary through post-secondary, so they got about an hour overview. And I used that as also my recruitment afterwards for the pilot moving forward. Our pilot kickoff was on August 14th. We had the pilot final administrator review on December 2nd. Our pilot ended on December 8th. On December 8th through January 8th, we had a pilot survey to those teachers that participated. And then on the 12th, we all came together for a pilot feedback and discussion. All right, and Christina. So our pilot committee, small as it is, high school, Christine Hasty represented high school. She's our extensive support needs teacher at Santa Barbara High School, and I served as the special education pilot administrative coordinator. So I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Hasty to tell you a little bit more about the pilot and the feedback from the teachers.
Hi, thank you for having me. So, as Dr. Curry mentioned, this is the first time that we're bringing a curriculum to the board for review. A little bit of history on the curriculum that's currently being used. We don't have a mandated curriculum, so teachers have the option of using unique learning systems, but it's not something that's required across all grade levels. All teachers have access to a subscription, but there's been historically low participation, and we've had historically pretty lukewarm feedback from teachers on this particular platform, which was another reason that encouraged investigating other curriculum options. We also, as a result of the new ed code, have very limited options in which curriculums meet these new very specific requirements. So we have really only the unique systems and the Teachtown curriculum, which are currently fully aligned with the state standards, which is the most important element of the curriculum. So since we have been using the unique learning systems currently, we went ahead and piloted with the Teachtown curriculum as well to be sure that we had a chance to investigate both curriculums. As far as the pilot goes, we were generally very pleased with the feedback. About 86% of the feedback from teachers who both were involved in the entire pilot and the teachers who participated in the initial viewing of the curriculum, excuse me, had either very strong, or neutral responses, which was a good sign for us. The teachers that had neutral responses had questions about implementation because they were not the ones that participated in the pilot. Some other things that gave us a lot of hope for the Teachtown curriculum is that they've been operating in other states for many years, so this isn't a new pivot that has happened for them. They've operated in other states that ever since Every Student Succeed Act passed in 2015, they've been offering the Alternative Pathways curriculum. So this is something that they've been doing for many years. Excuse me. They currently work with 89 districts in California, and they have a very strong technical assistance program, so they're able to communicate with teachers and paraeducators on a daily basis, and they can respond to questions every day. Some of the feedback that we received from teachers was about this onboarding process and integrating a brand new curriculum. So we were very pleased that Teachtown has a robust staff to respond to questions and provide coaching as a new curriculum is being adopted. Some other positive feedback that we received from the people that participated in the pilot was that this curriculum really promotes inclusion. It has a lot of choices. So for example, if ninth grade ELA curriculum, there are options for which books the students might be reading. So it's really easy to collaborate with teachers and be able to choose the same book and be working in the inclusive classroom on similar assignments at a modified level. So that was something that was really positive, that there are a lot of choices. It's not something that's more of a one-size-fits-all. Teachers really have the option of selecting assignments within units to apply to specific students in specific classes. Participants also really liked that this is app-based and manipulative-based, so there are options for working solely on the app as well as fully on paper and with manipulatives that are provided by TeachTown. It's also very easy to follow. There's a lot of step-by-step implementation. There was a lot of discussion around providing training to paraeducators who would assist during some of the one-on-one instruction, and the way the instructions are provided are very easy to follow. Some of the things that we learned during the pilot that we're able to provide more information on and that we've been able to tweak a little bit moving forward was some of the teachers acknowledged that onboarding a new curriculum can be a time-consuming process and can require extra planning. So we have counted in days during the summer of learning process for teachers to be able to spend time getting familiar with the curriculum and planning how they're going to adapt their schedule. Since this is being used in the high school setting, all of our high schools operate on a block schedule. So it'll be a matter of enrolling students in different classes or planning your own class period around the classes that your students are in. So we're glad that we're able to provide those summer of learning opportunities for teachers. Teachers also asked about the access to the app. During the pilot, we didn't have access to the app, but we expect that we will during the actual implementation because of going through ETS is obviously a process. So we were able to use Chromebooks to access the online version. Let's see. Yeah, so I'm able to answer any questions if there are questions about the specific materials. Oh, that's right. Yeah. So this was some of the preliminary feedback. And since this slide was put together, we have received additional feedback from teachers, which is really great. That was where the 86% number came from. We received additional feedback from teachers that we were able to get, which is where we have that average of 86% from strongly agree to neutral. And we were able to follow up with individual teachers who gave neutral responses and things like that to get more specifics about maybe where their questions were or where they would like more information if this material is implemented.
Any questions for Ms. Hasty before she sits down?
Any requests to speak on this item? Okay. Board members, any comments or questions? Mr. Escobedo?
Yeah. Thank you for the presentation and for the work that went into this. Ms. Hasty, so when you checked in or followed up with the folks that answered neutral, what were some of the responses that they gave you?
Yeah, so most of the neutral responses had to do with teachers that didn't participate in the pilot. So everybody, all of the extensive support needs teachers were asked to participate and given that option. So teachers who didn't participate in the pilot had questions about how the material would be implemented.
So then of the teachers that did take part in the pilot, was it mostly positive feedback?
Yeah, nobody who participated in the pilot gave unfavorable feedback or neutral feedback. All of those were in the strongly agree and agree.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Okay, no additional questions? Ms. Beal?
So I just have a few questions. You answered some during your presentation. You said something that I kind of caught. You said some of the choices for books can be similar or same to what's offered in the ELA curriculum.
Mm-hmm.
So are we talking about like the exact same books, like they're trying to align with books that are offered to other students?
Yeah, excuse me. That's a very good question. So Teachtown deliberately chose books like Call of the Wild, Robinson Crusoe, and then they have rewritten those books in more simplified formats, and then they have different tiers. So for example, like Robinson Crusoe, maybe that's a book that's typically read in English 9. Teachtown provides the Robinson Crusoe book as part of the 9th grade English curriculum, and it's rewritten at an easier, shorter level so that the student can still get the content, get the information, and it's at that modified level. So that's kind of an example of how the curriculum is standards aligned, and it's in an accessible way.
For our public viewing of the curriculum, we do have samples of the modified books that each teacher will receive a class set that's connected with the books that our 9th through 12th graders are also reading as well.
Okay. And then maybe a related question. It sounds like you've been using a curriculum, and I think I might have sent a note about that you've been using, and it just really isn't quite adequate. And is that other curriculum, has that been app-based? So is this a transition from a app-based to an app-based teaching tool, or is this a big transition to start using, pads and apps, and is there an issue with that?
So yeah, the curriculum that has been provided was completely app-based, and the new curriculum has both. So it has the app-based capability, but it also has the physical interaction for students that would rather hold a book and read it or be read to in the book, or maybe don't prefer the iPad or for different reasons. So we really liked that there are so many options. I mean, there really are so many different ways to use the curriculum. And of course, they give you the lesson plan and the way to implement it. But as a teacher, we can use the different modifications. So it's really nice to have the physical version as well as the app version.
And so we're requesting to use LCAP funding, LCAP Goal 4 for College and Career Ready. So the total for Teachtown for next school year would be $120,000. $90,000 of that will be modified curriculum grades 9 through 12 that meet the state minimum requirements. So a big bulk of that the first year will be put into providing the modified curriculum to our teachers. And then the following years, and the price goes down drastically to $30,000 a year moving forward. So we are wanting to spend additional money. In addition to that, we'll have training, also individual coaching as part of that package.
Yeah, I'm happy to hear that it sounds like the onboarding process will involve the paraeducators, because it does take a village in this situation. So I'm very happy to hear that. So I appreciate the presentation and the information you provided. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Do you have a comment?
I just want to thank you for coming in tonight and giving us your expertise.
Thank you. Board members, hearing no additional comments and questions, may I have a motion for approval? I-11.
I move to approve the viewing period, the 28-day viewing period for the Teachtown curriculum.
Second.
Been motion and second. May I have all in favor, please raise your hands and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you so much. Thank you for staying. All right, as I said, we're going to move to I-6, 7, and 8. That starts with as Marina. She's on her way. And following that, I will go back to the H3, because we do have a public comment waiting to speak on that after these 3 action items. Thank you.
Good evening. Dr. Maldonado, President Sims Modem Board members, members in the Cabinet. I have 3 items to present today, all related to the rainstorm and flood that happened during the winter break at the Santa Barbara High School. With us today are 2 guests, very important guests for us, is our architect Matt Gradius from Kruger Benson Zimmer to explain a little bit about the scope of repairs and the scope of the damage. And with us also is our Felicita Torres. She's our attorney with Griffith and Thornburg. She helped write the emergency resolution that would allow us to bypass the normal bidding, processes due to the emergency that occurred. So if I may invite Matt here to explain the damages, and we'll go over the it's just a very short set of photos. So as you can see that we had this rain in December. These are some of the pictures from the city, from news coverages. So this is the extent of the damages that occurred throughout the city. And this is the building where that was damaged due to the overflow of the water that came from the VADA side, the old VADA building. We had, the old VADA building is on top of that hill. So with the storm drain being clogged, the water drain went over the retaining wall and basically flooded the 70s building. Go ahead, Matt.
This is the situation. Let me go back actually and kind of explain a little further on this part. So there's a retaining wall to the left of the screen there. Up the hillside is where the drain is, and actually the room closest to us is the one that got hit first. And there was a compromised storm drain system up on the upper part of the hill. So just that. Yeah. Okay, great. And then this is some of the damage that occurred. This is some of the drywall that they removed in the abatement process. And here's kind of the scope of the damage that occurred. The 70s, the room number 70 had cabinets and casework that got damaged, as long as the bases of the walls in that area. It got the brunt of the water intrusion. It's the closest one to the actual storm drain that was damaged. And just to orient you, that building 70 faces Canon Perdido. Building 71 and 71A and 71B face the Matt Academy. And so rooms 75, 76, and part of 74, those rooms got the brunt of the damage. That included the wall between 75 and 76 being completely removed, the walls between 76 and 71A being removed. Those are old systems. It's called an ultra wall, is what was there before. It will get replaced with a new wood frame wall to match other areas on that building. For the most part, the building did okay because it's mostly concrete block in other areas. There was significant damage to the flooring as well, so that is all getting replaced. And in the scope of the work is also to replace, because those walls got removed, to replace electrical and data area that was done in that in those walls. And this is the storm drain that was compromised. There's actually kind of 2 parts to this. There was actually an old storm drain catch basin that was an inlet that was probably under 2 feet of dirt. And so it was completely covered in dirt and debris. And then the actual drains themselves were also clogged with all kinds of stuff. In the process, this has all been repaired. They've already done the repair work, so that storm drain has basically been effectively fixed since this time. And that's part of the flooring that was damaged. And I'll go back in case there's anything else.
So this resolution, because we were actually lucky, we had a contractor on site already working on the VADA project, and they immediately sprang into action and performed most of the initial cleanup work. which included, Ventura Environmental and FCG Environmental. Those are environmental companies that check for water damage, check for moisture content in the walls, in the casework, and and they basically removed all the flooded, all the moisture damaged fixtures and the walls. So that first initial work was already performed by this contractor. And what emergency resolution does here, it requests basically approvals for two items. First is to declare an emergency, and second is to approve the work already done by the contractor and to bypass the normal, bidding processes. And I'll let Sita get in to explain a little bit better than I do.
Yes, so Public Contract Code 2113 provides for the statutory exception to the normal bidding requirements when there's an emergency that occurs. And so I prepped the resolution to have the board make the required findings in the resolution for declaration of a finding of an emergency and approval of the work that already took place and the continued remediation work that was necessary due to the exigent circumstances.
And with that, I would ask for a motion to approve.
Okay, any requests to speak on this item? Questions? With that, no questions or comments from the board members. May I have a motion?
I move to approve emergency resolution 2023-24-30 for the Santa Barbara High School 70s Wing Technology Building remediation project.
Second.
Been motion and second. All in favor, please raise your hands and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Number 7.
Thank you. The other two items are easier because they flow from this resolution. The first one is the architectural services by Kruger Benson Zimmer Architects in the amount of $95,000 for this project. And this proposal will cover the architectural and consulting services required for the emergency remediation work for the 70s wing at Santa Barbara High School. I would ask for a motion to approve.
Yes. Board members' comments or questions? I see no request to speak on this item. May I have a motion for approval?
This is item 7.
Mm-hmm.
I move to approve the Kruger Benson Zimmer Architects Incorporated proposal for the Santa Barbara High School 70s Wing Technology Building emergency remediation project.
Do I hear a second?
I second the motion to approve the proposal by Kruger Benson Zimmer Architects for this remediation.
Thank you. Item been motion and second. All in favor, please raise your hands and say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Go on to number 8.
Thank you. And finally, the third item is requesting the approval of the agreement and contract between the district and the McGillivray Construction Incorporated in the amount of $1,004,161.12 plus 10% contingency in order to restore the 70s wing classrooms to their original condition before the teachers return to the classroom in August. And also, it asks to approve McGillivray's invoice for the work already performed as described in an amount of $113,768.35, which is a part of that $1,004,161.
No request to speak on this item. May I have a motion for approval?
I move to approve the agreement with McGillivray Construction Incorporated and invoice number 61883 for the Santa Barbara High School 70s Wing Technology Building emergency remediation project.
Second.
Been motion and second. All in favor, please raise your hands and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, and I'm just so glad that we're on site to be able to start that work. That was very fortunate to have that piece. And where are the folks that was in those classes? Are they been?
No, it was during the winter break.
So we didn't have to. Okay.
Yes, so we
We're
were
lucky
lucky
with
to
that,
have
too.
McGillivray out there. Absolutely. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. As I said, we'll move to item H3 as we do have someone a request to speak on that item. Is that correct, Mr. Escobedo? Okay. So making a presentation on H3, our LCAP.
All right, good evening.
Good evening.
All right, let's dig into the LCAP. So, good evening, President Sims Moten, Board, and Superintendent. Let's see here. Let's just dive right on in. Just to remind all of us who we're actually serving with this document. So these are our, as the state calls them, our unduplicated students. That just make sure that we're not double or receiving double or triple funds based upon a student who may be identified as low income as well as an EML and so on. We only get funded, or they get designated as being funded one time if they are in any of these groups. So these are the 5 student groups that we're addressing. This year we started off, actually in November we started meeting with principals to discuss what's working, what's not working with the LCAP, and we've been meeting with various groups. As you could see here, our educational partners, as well as we did a survey that we launched on the 21st of March going into April 12th, which included over, I believe is 800 or between 800 and 900 responses, as well as the various meetings in terms of whether it's the district advisory committees or it could be our parent advisory committee as well. We did meet. The latest were, like last week, we met with our final, or we had our final meeting with the PAC. That was on Wednesday evening, and then we came back and met with DEMLAC on Thursday. We did meet with them originally to get input from them, and then we came back to them and said, this is what we're planning on doing. This is a draft. All of these meetings that we've been having, it's a continued input process. So we get the input from them, and then we go back and we review it and work on it, and then we'll share that with them as well. Reminder that on June 11th will be our public hearing at the board meeting. Again, it's not a finalized draft, so it's another opportunity for people to state their minds. And then on the 25th, we have the final process where we do have to approve the LCAP along with our budget, our adopted budget, simultaneously. That is required by law. Some of the things that I want to point out, the overview document was specifically designed so it would make it easy for our educational partners as well as you to see really the essence of our LCAP in terms of what we'll be doing for the next year. And what we do is we take this specific information and we fold it into the draft of the LCAP itself, which has basically analysis in terms of what we've been doing, how we engaged our educational partners, and so on. As you review this document here, I just want to point out some key items in particular. Number one is that obviously you could see that we designate a goal. We have 4 goals with our LCAP. And then the 4th goal in particular is designed specifically for La Cuesta Continuation High School in Alta Vista. It's designed that way because it's actually due to the graduation rate. So it will continually be considered a CSI school. We receive, what's it called, equity multiplier funding, which just started this year. That's state funding to help us support La Cuesta at the site. So going back to the document itself, you see the action titles, the action descriptions for each goal. At the bottom, we also, and including in the LCAP, when you see the document, we don't have to do this, but we think it's particularly important to make it easy and more transparent. So we identify what we're spending. So what you see in terms of the description, that will be in the LCAP document. So you could see specifically how many positions we're funding, what other additional things, instructional materials, and so on. And then as well, these items are not funded solely out of LCAP
funding sources. So we can bring in Title I and other funding sources to address our goals with our LCAP. And that's what you see across the spreadsheet as well, additional funding sources. The last particularly important item that did come up in PAC, which was, can you tell us which one of these actions is a continuation or which is a new action? So that's what this really designates. What I would like to do right now is I would like to read to you each action item tonight. So, no, I'm kidding. So I just want to point out a few actions here. So that I think that's important for your attention. If you take a look at, it's basically Goal 1, Action 4. It says strengthen Tier 2 instructional support for unduplicated students with curriculum specialists. This is a thing that we've been hearing from all of our educational partners, whether it's teachers, principals, parents, what have you. It's the need of curriculum specialists, and what we've learned is we're going to leverage that opportunity. In the past LCAP, we would probably provide, we actually provided one specialist at an elementary school, but that we saw it was funded at some of the secondary schools. What we learned is that not only our elementary schools, but our secondary schools are starting this model where we're pushing in support into the classrooms. And so a couple key things to think about with this in particular, we're looking at increasing the funding. So it's 27 positions, and that's across elementary, junior high, and high school. The other part is that they are 7-hour positions. And I'll say that again, they are 7-hour positions, so we can make sure that we can hire them and retain them in the positions. Because we know that if we hire small hourly positions, that we're unable to do that. If you turn the page and go to Goal 1, Action 10, that one is also a very important one that I wanted to bring up, because that ties into supporting our EMLs, and that ties into specifically the question was that those bilingual paras were actually being funded out of ESSER 3 funds, and so the funds that because we have no more ESSER 3, we saw that it was a high priority, and we moved it into the LCAP as a priority from what we heard. As well as they are 6-hour bilingual paras, again, meeting that threshold where they receive benefits, and also it's a decent amount of hours, so we can retain them. Another thing that I want to bring up, particularly with the curriculum specialists and with the bilingual paras, we did receive some support from Dr. Deborah Martinez in terms of how to structure this. So she looked at the schools, looked at the EML numbers, and also helped us to create a structure, how to do it in an equitable way. So it wasn't just, oh, you get 2, you get 1, you get 3, you get 2. So it was really designed systematically so we can really maximize that. A couple more items. If you want to turn to the next page, I only have 2 more that I want to point out to you. And that is Goal 2, Action 1. So, Assistant Superintendent Edison has really been leveraging our change between using outside providers and instead hiring staff to really target and also provide more services for our students. So this, what you see is we're raising the level of FTE. So we're going from 6 clinicians who are supporting our schools to 10. And that money is being taken from continuing to reduce the contracts, for example, reducing the contract with FSA. So that way we start to create a sustainable effort across the district and getting more bang for our buck with great clinicians. So, in having ability to control that space. And I see Miss Kenya's right there. Double thumbs up. Okay. All right. And then the last one I would like to bring up is if you take a look at Goal 3, Action 3, just all you have to do, again, turn the page. That one we have heard multiple times how important it is to have our family engagement liaisons in the schools. It did come up at the PAC meeting that there's a concern about instead of having one family engagement liaison at the district level, we heard it at the PAC, but then more importantly, when we went to DEMLAC meeting, then the parents did bring up that they found it crucial to have two FELs at the district level to provide support for special ed and for the EML parents. At this time, we're taking that information and still working through that at this time. So that's where we are. I know that we've been making phone calls to the parents on Friday, and we'll continue to work with this to solidify our next steps regarding this. One last item in particular, just to remind you that on the left column, you'll see that we provide $1 million to our schools. We provide them LCAP funding so they can make the choice in terms of how they use that funding. You saw this afternoon the SIPSAs, so they have to actually put into their SIPSAs how they're using this funding source. So that's how that ties in today. And then ultimately, so you could see that our projected amount based on the LCFF calculator, it's $22,394,357. That is our LCAP allotment, which is actually taken from our general fund. And ultimately, when we take this to be approved, we'll be approving for right now, this is what we take, it's really $26 million, about $26.3 million, and that's including the other sources, as you could see. So, and with that said, open it up for public comment and questions and responses. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have one public commenter for this item, Moni DeWitt. Welcome.
Thank you. So I'm very concerned about this. The process makes it very difficult for me to tell if it's effective. And one of the things that we have asked for is, if it was modeled maybe a little bit more like your strategic arts plan. Because here, for example, we don't know, like there's $3 million for fostering collaboration among elementary teachers. What they're doing there for $3 million is giving teachers a learning opportunity while they and in order to give the teachers a break, they have to have music, PE, and visual arts people in the classroom take care of the kids. This is happening in elementary, but yet our program for visual arts and those other things stop in junior high, so it doesn't actually make much sense why we would be spending so much here and not also make sure that we're doing, that the music continues that these kids are getting. And most of this is all employment. So, you okay with that? Anyway, most of this is all employment, and it's very hard for me to see if at our most vulnerable school or campuses like Cleveland, let's say, it would be in what you'd call red, but I'd prefer to even look at the percentages. Those fourth graders, they're at 20%, and some of their special ed students are even only at 12% proficiency. So I need to see, in order to make an intelligent, informed decision, who are getting what at what campus, because then I can look at the truancy, their scores, and see if we are spreading it around correctly. But this I can't tell. I can only tell that this is what Mr. Venson, our superintendent, originally liked. They came up with the 4 goals. I mean, some of these goals sound good to me, but some of them sound expensive and don't sound like the money is going in the most effective way to the students. And I do want to speak to La Cuesta. Their scores have gone down, even from pre-pandemic. So now they're at 0-0. And I please wish you wouldn't be smiling at me. Strange when I'm saying this because it's hard for me to concentrate, but she makes, I'm sorry, but La Cuesta, it's not fair what's going on there, and I really feel like we need to give them, not just push them into the career track, although that is good, that's probably, but we need to understand that we didn't have the right literacy policies, and these students, some of them are behind because of our policies, and I think we need to make sure they're not leaving with a free and appropriate education. And so nowhere in this LCAP are we doing one idea, which I think the community has told you many times, is to hire the educational therapists in our community that already have the knowledge and 20-year experiences, where some of our teachers didn't learn this. And so it makes more sense to use those educational therapists if you're actually thinking of the needs of the students. And so, yeah, I would like to see this be much more practical so we know if it works.
Thank you. That was our only public commenter for the item.
Okay, board members' comments or questions? Ms. Beal?
I just have a quick question. You talked about how with La Cuesta, there's this equity multiplier funding. So is this is funding that's outside what we've allocated from LCAP from our general fund. So the state is actually going to give us money, and so it's kind of a wash. What we get is what we spend. I don't.
Yes, it's a separate pot of money that we get.
Okay.
So, and then we are required to use it with our LCAP actions with that goal. And we're required for the first time this year to create a goal specifically for that school.
I did hear at the SELPA meeting that happened before our big meeting that some of these specific things that we're funding at different schools is really helpful. It's not the same for every school. Or that they're able to use the LCAP funding, that we're funding positions, and that frees up site funds so you can do other things at their school. So I think this is a little more complex than it seems on the surface, because what happens at each school is if something is funded by LCAP, they actually can use site funds for other things. So I do think that what the community is asking for is, how does this all kind of balance out for the schools that need the most? I don't know how we can voice that. I mean, I certainly think we can maybe show the dollars, but, you know, I think it ends up being an interesting discussion. Now, we're going to talk about LCAP again and again and again. So if we can introduce some of that into our presentations, what's happening at specific schools, maybe that's something that will help everybody understand how directly or indirectly LCAP is helping the school sites.
I think it's very important to see it at the balcony level, as we say among our team, as well as looking at the specific schools to really see what's going on. So it's a both and, so yes.
Any additional comments, Mr. Escobedo?
Thank you for that. I like the layout. I'll say that. It's nice and easy to follow. Just so I understood the answer to Board Member Beal, you were saying that was a yes, that we can see what investments are going to which schools and track the progress at individual schools as we get board reports?
Yeah, I think in particular, so with the LCAP, there are some things that we have that's like a non-negotiable with the state, right? So we have our CAS scores. And we will take a look at that and break it down in terms of like looking at an elementary school in particular. So we heard about Cleveland this evening from Ms. DeWitt. One thing that's important is to, when you look at Cleveland and you take a look at distance from standard, which is on the dashboard, right? Mm-hmm. And it'll say that it increased significantly. They have set up an MTSS system with their literacy coach, with their MTSS person, as well with the principal and with the teachers, where they, and with the item that has to do with having that professional learning community where the teachers come together and do the planning. So there's a whole structure in place, and we're seeing the evidence of that, for example, at Cleveland. So last year was the first time, let's see, let me one more time. Last year was the second year we did CAS. So that's where we could do the measurement of like significantly increase. This year will be the third year we've done CASP. So all of that information will help us to guide our choices. So that's just one example, right?
Perfect. And if I'm someone who sees this and wants to provide more feedback, where do I do it?
You can email me. So my email address is simple. It's svens@sbunified.org.
Okay. And then I think it would be interesting I forget which goal, it might have been goal 2, when you're giving the examples and you were talking about Dr. Martinez helping you figure out what are the needs across the district. I think it would be good for us to know where did we land with that? Where are we placing those FTEs and such in the future? And my last comment is I heard some really positive comments from folks. I'm sure it could always be better, but I did hear that this LCAP run through, there was more information, there was substantive opportunity to provide feedback, and so I just wanted to thank you and your leadership on that.
Thank you.
One more question related to that. There was a comment that teachers weren't involved in LCAP, and I see that there was an SBTA meeting. So I'm not sure why feedback couldn't happen if there was actually specifically an SBTA meeting.
Yeah, we did meet with SBTA to get their input. Actually, the teacher feedback. So that's just one input from them meeting with SBTA. We had teachers as parents who were part of the PAC meeting. We had teachers who came in when we did the introductory meeting and actually part of the leadership team with SBTA participating. We had teachers participating by providing surveys. The survey results were clear and providing that input. So those were, I would say, some of the key sources. And we had parents that were part of teachers actually part of the SEAC, the Special Education Advisory Committee. So it's not just we only met with SBTA one time, but it was pretty broad getting feedback from them.
Thank you. I like the layout, and having seen this from at least 8 years here, how much it's improved. I know that certainly has become as a part of input, both from the community and different things. You definitely necessarily like the layout. I've seen it much more. It's much more comprehensive, and may not be still getting exactly what we want, but that's the part about we continue to work on it to define that and making sure that we're able to answer those questions in a way that perhaps previous presentations we haven't been as clear as we are right now. So I just want to say that because it is a work in progress and we have many inputs. So I just have a couple questions in regards to how does this, because we did hear the student achievement plans today. So how, and they were under the 4 goals of the LCAP. So just there's another way how we're linking, right? Another way of information. So they just happen to be on the same night. So wondering if perhaps that could be like a summary of here's where they are and where they're linking to this document, because everybody has to go with one of those 4 goals. Right. So that might be another way to connect as what's happening and how they're tying and where the funding is coming from, because I know they have also additional external funding that they do to fund some of their things as well.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And then the other comment, I noticed that under our new or continuation actions, we had a total of 27, 15 of them are new. The 15 new, is that based on input from the ongoing meetings or, okay?
Yes,
okay.
It is. And actually, there was one thing that did come up. It was like, I thought we did this before.
Yeah.
And it was there, we had the question, should we say it's a new action or continued? But we thought that if it was a substantial change, we would call it a new action. For example, the hiring of the many more curriculum specialists. Even though we did have curriculum specialists, still 27 compared to whatever we had, like 9 or whatever it was, that's substantially more. And it's a different targeted action, truly. So.
Okay. So I appreciate that. And then just the last question, I think we've kind of asked it just for my own clarification. So when you gave the example of Cleveland, can we give more examples like that? What has changed as a result of this LCAP? Can you be, where can we bring that in again? I think that's an important piece where we are actually saying this is, as a result of this LCAP input, all of that, here's a change at broken down by school. Is it possible to do that? I don't know what extra work that entails, but it's something to think about.
Yes, I think that the PAC meeting has been really, this year in particular, has been very insightful on what to look at and how to look at things in terms of the data. And I do think that we can work smarter and bring in, instead of staying at the district level, go in faster to look at examples of different schools and break it down that way. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. Well, did you have something you want to comment?
Well, we did discuss, I think what I'm hearing from the board in general, taking notes, is that you want to hear more school-level examples of things that are happening. And that's something we can build into the next year's governance calendar from, the July on meetings. I know we discussed it in our little SPSA group tonight. There was a time when we had principals come and present, like give flavor to what was happening in their schools, because this is very, transactional kind of work. You're not understanding it in a way that it's alive when we go to school. So we'll work on something like that for next year. We'll try to do really good agenda management, but try to highlight school by school some of the things that are happening. It's impossible to give it all to you in one night in a way that you could get to every single detail. I mean, these are complex school sites doing different things based on what each of their staffing looks like, their student results, and so on. But I hear the request of trying to bring some more of that so we can make it alive for you.
Because that's also an opportunity to tell our story. What's really going on? What is resulting of the things that we're doing here? What is the result of the PAC meetings? All those meetings. So start to tell that story. Even like I said, when we did the math curriculum, can you show me in live? Give me a demonstration of what that looks like. So can we start to tell that story? So there's no action required on this tonight. So thank you, Mr. Vance, for your presentations and his S-Vance at SantaBarbaraUnified.org if we need to get a hold of him. So thank you very much.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. All right.
Go back to I1 or H2? H2 is Dr. Edison.
How long is that?
Yeah, Miss Edison.
Miss Edison, come on. We'll finish it out. The other ones are just resolutions.
Yeah.
Good evening.
Good evening still, right?
All
hey,
right.
Good morning yet.
Me and John Shetler will be co-presenting in this effort. As we have a culmination of Mental Health Awareness Month, we just wanted to bring forth to you some of our mental health efforts. As you know, we've talked about part of our MTSS is progress monitoring. We look at implementation data, we look at outcome data, and we look at capacity building data. So we're going to highlight some of that for you today. This is just public information. This is a 24/7 line for access and vetting through the county services. So we just want to make sure this number is always public. A lot of what you heard today in the principal's SIPSAs are the actions that make this exist, right? We've coined the phrase here in Santa Barbara Unified Integrated Wellness Approach, which means it's more than just one thing, right? When we say wellness, remember we're talking physical, mental, emotional, and social wellness. So for us, our integrated wellness approach is really focusing on sense of belonging. As you know, we have our 3 R's initiatives and many of the initiatives that our sites have that you heard today through aligned contributions make this happen for the district. Trusted adults, like we are really striving that students have trusted adults that they can go to on campus and home. You'll see data around that. Social emotional learning, which I'll talk a little bit more about, are those core competencies, how we're teaching young people to kind of thrive in this world. And then our mental health awareness and then mental health services integrated within our school day. So when you hear integrated wellness approach, this is it. This means everything we're doing in collaboration with teaching and learning. We want students to be well so they can access these things. We use data to drive our decisions. So how do we know our students will be better off? Because we're going to monitor these data points. Our supportive relationships, 89% of our students in grades 3 through 6 reported that they have supportive relationships at school and home. That's a great data point. And we can always continue to improve on that. 67% of our elementary students said they have a sense of belonging at school, so we have an opportunity to continue to work on that. You heard from our principals on the great work that they're doing on their individual sites to contribute to this district-wide data. They have their site-level data, and I also have gathered that for you to look at. Our emotional regulation is around our social-emotional learning, so we're going to continue to teach our young people how to manage themselves when they're triggered and or when their emotions are dysregulated. And then our challenging feelings is our mental health data mark that we're going to be monitoring. We want to help young people thrive in our schools. Same data points for our 7th through 12th grade. You have these by site. But these are the data points that we're monitoring as part of our MTSS system. We have consistent data practices, so we're not waiting to the end of the year. We're saying, how can we intervene now, and as the district is the point of intervention, and how can we tweak and or support sites to meet the metrics that we're trying to move. Social emotional learning curriculum. Remember, we're focusing on Tier 1. That's where everyone is. So we have second step at our elementary, base at junior high, and ripple effects at TK-12. You have in your memo the implementation data around these data points. This is pre-teaching young people self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, that's that interaction with others, relationship skills, how do they resolve conflict, and then how to be responsible decision makers, right? There's not an expectation that every student walks in with that. We know life happens and kids learn at various points in their lives, so we want to make sure we're being proactive to teach the expectation. Remember, we have Tier 1 and Tier 2 and 3 supports in these. These are our consistent commitments. This is covered and paid for by the district because we want to make sure that all students at all schools have access to this curriculum. I am going to pass mental health to Mr. Shetler as he oversees that.
So a few things we want to highlight for you here. This really is work around helping our staff get the tools so they can identify support or students who may need support and then get them connected with those supports. The Cognito modules around things like trauma-informed, mental health awareness, that was a big push that we started last April. We had a healthy competition between our schools to see how many teachers could complete those, and we've had over 400 staff go through and complete those modules. Ripple Effects, Ms. Edison spoke to, it has a student product, but it also has a product for staff. And so Educator Ally is a tool that we can use to plug staff in who may need support with certain competencies. So it's not just students that need those, it can be adults as well. You heard from some students today some of the great work that's emerging from them in terms of what they see the need as. Our wellness councils, which are a partnership with the Mental Wellness Center, are an example of how we're partnering with an agency to really elevate the student voice in this area and hear from them what these solutions should look like in terms of increasing our mental health support across the community. Daybreak, that I'll speak about in a couple different ways, they are an online partner for us. They've provided 6 parent classes this year for families. Those have all been online. They've covered different mental health related topics as well as a couple that are related to things, cyberbullying, online behavior. And then our community partners have provided some additional classes. Those include partnerships with AHA and the Mental Wellness Center as well. And then our last part of that integrated wellness approach is the circle in the center, which is for students who are really in need of that important therapeutic support, which looks different at different ages, but we're happy to say that we've been able to provide mental health counseling across from kindergarten through 12th grade. This year we launched the RISE program, where we have district-employed clinicians that are working directly with students in our elementary schools, as well as an internship program. So we have a handful of interns through Antioch that have been working toward their hours And I'm really excited to say that a couple of them have completed their hours and have reached out with interest to apply for clinician roles with us next year. So we really have been able to build that pipeline to have more district-employed clinicians. And I also have had site principals say, I really like that intern, I want to hire them. So that's important for us as we think about the sustainability of that work. Family Services Agency has been an incredible partner for the counseling in the junior high and the high schools. And we'll be bringing you a contract bundle later this year where we make some recommendations around continuing some of these partnerships. Daybreak, as I mentioned, they do online, both the parent classes but also student teletherapy. And they work really hard to try and match the provider to the student and what they're interested in. And for some students, that's a better option. So for us, there's not going to be one silver bullet for providing mental health support, but the more tools we have in our toolkit, the more likely we are to be able to help kids with what they need. And lastly, we do refer out to community agencies. As Ms. Edison will often say, we teach kids 185 days, but the community has them 365. So we've got to partner with our community to make sure kids and families get support in this area. We work with our community to kind of network around what's available and how do we support one another, like when we have downtime in the summer, and how do we make sure students and families are still plugged into resources. So that's all we have for you tonight, but we welcome any questions or comments.
Request to speak. Board members, any comments or questions? Nope. Well, thank you for your presentation. I do just have a quick 2 questions. So the number of the Be Well line, is that on the student app as well?
Yeah, we actually pulled that from something that they were pushing out as part of Mental Health Awareness Month in May, of their communication, so we'd have to double check that.
Yeah, just thinking that another linkage there. And then the American Academy of Pediatrics is starting a new chapter here in Santa Barbara, and so I got a chance to go to their gathering, and I think that's a potential new partnership that we could do, as some of the comments were about the rise, obviously, in early mental health crisis, actual crisis that's going on there. So, as we're looking at this all year long, not just the month of May, right? So that may be a potential new partnership. I did see some of our psychologists are there at the meeting as well. But the other thing is that they were saying that we don't really look at it. We think of as small kids as pediatric, but pediatrics still seeing up to 18 sometimes. So that really crosses over with us. So that's a potential new partnership there. I can send you that contact information. They're starting a new chapter here in Santa Barbara.
Wonderful.
Yep.
Thank you.
So thank you for your presentation. Okay. All right. So we're going to move to some action, folks, and continue to do self-care as you need to, but we're going to rock and roll through the rest of this agenda here. So we're going to start with I-1, Board Action on Student Discipline. Mr. Escobedo.
I motion to approve Student Discipline Education Code 48918, case number 202324-29.
Second.
Been motion and second. All in favor, please raise your hands and say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you. Going to I-2, approval of the 2024-2025 school plan for student achievement. No request to speak, I see. May I have is there going to be a presentation? No? Okay. Just wanted to make sure I was, okay.
No.
All right. Okay. So, board members, any comments or questions from your time? From your time.
I'll just make the quick comment that I really enjoyed the sessions earlier with the principals. Request, and I've already spoken to Dr. Maldonado about this, but more time to discuss would be great for next year. But I am happy to motion to approve school plans for student achievement.
I second the motion to approve the school plans for student achievement.
Been motion and second. All in favor, please raise your hands and say aye.
Aye.
I too, also, we shared in our little group that how do we make this a part of our story when we talk about that, really at those school levels, really starting to push the story out at the school site level of what's going on there. It's exciting to hear, what is going on and what the potentials are. All right, with that, we'll move to I-5, approval of resolution 2023-24-32. There's Mr. Tony coming up.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Am I on? Yeah. How about now? Perfect. Good evening, Board President Sims Moten, members of the board. Superintendent Dr. Maldonado. Tonight we bring to you for your approval the recommendation to purchase the annual lot of student and staff devices, aka our Tech Equity Program. This year we continue to build upon the many years of success of this program. This program has been in existence for over 10 years. So tonight we'll talk about our refresh plan to give you some updates on what we've been doing to streamline the operations. And before I call up Mr. Cooper to talk about that section, I wanted to give him a public commendation and recognition for all of the work that he's done since he's been director in the ETS department, as well as the ETS support staff. A lot of the times when things go well, a lot of that behind the scenes work doesn't get credit or goes unnoticed. And so I just want to commend Rob and the efforts of the support team and all that they've done to make this program a success. Specifically, this testing season has gone off without a hitch, so thank you to the support team. You're up.
All right. I get to talk about our refresh plan. Last year, we changed our one-to-one program to a strategic and targeted 4-year plan. Every 3rd, 7th, and 11th grade student receives a brand new device each year. These grade levels were selected carefully and with purpose. 3rd grade is a time when our students move from interacting with learning apps to using their device to create, to write, to draw, to present. And this is also the year where they start their CASP testing. Our 7th grade students begin junior high and need to rely on their devices to navigate the learning management system, multitask, and work on a variety of assignments for a number of different teachers. A new device ensures they can develop these new skills as smoothly as possible. Our 11th grade students are our power users. This is the time for college preparation, high-stakes testing, and leadership roles in their programs and their extracurricular activities. The 2-year-old devices collected from our graduating seniors matriculate to our kindergarten, 1st, and 2nd grade students, who are our lightest users. And 4-year-old devices that are in good shape are distributed to our school libraries for use as loaner devices, and the rest will be sold back to generate additional revenue for the district. This has been incredibly successful. In fact, thanks to the improvements made in device distribution and ETS staffing, our breakage rate has dropped from 13% to 7.5% district-wide. We do have some reductions to the program this year. First is in quantity of devices. With strategic input from our technology use committees, our TK, K, and 1st grade devices will transition from a 1-to-1 program to a universal access program. These devices will be strategically consolidated and made available to students as needed. This change allows for the reduction of over 200 devices, allowing us to reallocate over $55,000. We will also be reducing in warranty because of the effective use of our device carts, quality cases, and promoting proper care of devices. The district has experienced a decrease in device damages of more than 40%. Leading to an estimated $30,000 reduction in repair costs going forward. Because of the efficient management of our devices, we will not be procuring the extended warranty on new devices, allowing the district to reallocate over $250,000. White glove service. In previous years, the district paid for the setup of all of our student and staff devices to ensure proper deployment. This year, ETS staff will receive inventory, case, configure, and deploy thousands of devices to establish the most cost-effective solution. This will allow the district to reallocate more than $75,000. I also get to highlight our iPad buyback program and the amazing field technicians who do all the work and make it possible. Last year, the ETS team formalized a plan to collect end-of-life devices and teacher computers and sell them back to a reputable vendor for a return on investment. Since we prioritized this process in fall 2022, it has yielded over $240,000 to date, and we expect to generate roughly $150,000 annually to support device repair.
All great stuff. Thank you, Mr. Cooper. Additionally, the revenue earned back from this program has allowed us to reinstate our IT support specialist position, so one of our site techs, and that will be on the HR recommendation list that John Vecchio will be bringing in just a bit. I thought it very important to highlight that although we've streamlined a lot of different areas, we haven't sacrificed the safety and security of our devices. So we will still have the same robust content filter, and we'll still offer the same tools to our teachers to effectively manage the devices in their classrooms, as well as the tools to our parents to have the visibility of the screen time of their devices, the kids' students' devices at home. And of course, our safety hub, where we have a smattering of digital wellness offerings, is still also going to be at the forefront of our offerings. So in breaking down our cost this year, we are asking the board to approve a $1.621 and change $1 million purchase. And I wanted to highlight the previous 4 years because this is an expense that's less than that amount. So we've really taken to all of the improvements of reducing the warranty and the amount of devices and streamline this effort. But I did want to highlight that isn't necessarily the case going forward. As you know, technology is technology. Vendors have been increasing their prices on not just hardware, but software. We've seen increases from anywhere from 10 to 15% annually. So this is a good starting point going forward, but we do anticipate this to continue to increase in the future years. So to break down what this is going to look like, we are going to procure all of these devices using partial ESSER dollars, remaining ESSER dollars, about $368,000, and the remaining balance of that $1.25 million amount will be financed over a 4-year lease-to-own term. I know lease kind of throws us off at times, but they're going to be ours. They're just, divided equally into 4 different payments at 0% interest. So we'll be on the hook for that $313,000 payment for 4 years. And yeah, so that's kind of the breakdown of how we're going to procure those items. And the total amount, like I said, is $1.621922 and 42 cents. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay. No request to speak. I see. Board members, any comments or questions?
Can I ask him to explain?
Sure.
Tony, can you explain a little more on the lease terms? You're saying here we're going to be committing, the board is committing by approving this to pay $313, 2024, 2025, 2026. So the 1.6 is divided over 4 years.
The 1.6 after the ESSER funds that we're going to use is going to be a 1.25 number, and then that is divided over 4 years, correct?
Over the next 4 years. Essentially, the graph you showed on slide 7, that was the cost per year, whereas now you're switching to 300,000 or so, just about.
So that previous slide, if we can go back, that just shows us our total investment from year over year. And if you can go one forward now, we have done the lease to own 4-year financing term strategy for 7 years now. And so this is something that the district and board approved 7 years ago in an effort to have more flexibility from year to year and break up the payments over years. Maybe not knowing that we're in it for the long haul now. So if we were to try and buy them outright, it would obviously, hit our bottom dollar a little bit more. So we're continuing with this strategy so that we can more effectively budget in the out years for the amount that we need to pay.
And then the other thing that I know that we discussed in setting the board agenda item was looking over the contract. And we did look at I had Craig Price look at the contract. This is a 4-year commitment by the board, but we know that if there were times of not having enough budget, there is a clause that says we could get out of that deal. And that was found today with CETA as well. So just to be clear, then it is committing us to the 4-year obligation for a total of 1.6 over 4 years at 0% financing. When these devices are then turned around and sold, like you presented earlier, Do you know the value ratio to the items after the 4 years?
It really depends on the condition that they're in and the age that we decide that they're no longer viable. Sometimes the devices may last 5 years, sometimes they may last 6 years. It just depends on how Apple decides to, allow for those devices to be upgraded or not. And it also depends on, like I said, the condition of the device. If it has a broken screen, we'll get less back for it. So that's the idea, that we keep them in the best condition as possible over the time that we use them, so that when we get them back, we're reinvesting into the program with top dollar.
So the revenue we're getting is not guaranteed each year to year. It depends on the.
It will
things that you said.
fluctuate
Got
depending
it.
on the amount and
Okay.
the condition.
I know we sort of discussed this in our agenda setting, so I just wanted to make sure I highlighted that. Thank you, Tony.
But I still want to get clarification. So the 1.6 is the total cost, right? And because of the ESSER funding, because that's going to go there. And then so really the 4 years is the 1.2.
That is correct.
And we're dividing the 313. The total cost is 1.6, but we're using ESSER funds to reduce that down. So we're really only leasing to own 1.2.
That is correct.
Right? Okay. I'm there with that piece. Okay. Yeah, no, can I just finish one more question? I usually go last, but I'm going to go first now. So the other question, is that the cost savings at the other top of I'm not sure what slide it was. Is that a one-time savings? And is it 4? It's like one of the
Can we
earlier
pull that slide
slides.
back up?
Yeah.
They will be ongoing savings should we decide to keep with these decisions, right? So we've
Okay.
decided to reduce the amount of devices that we're going to buy each year because of that TKK in first grade consolidation. As long as we decide we don't want to purchase the extended warranty, that will continue to be a cost savings, as well as the white glove service. If we perform that work in-house, we will not have to spend that amount of money.
Okay, great. Don't know what order yours. It Bill and then Mr. Escobedo.
Sure. Can we look at the lease page, the page with the information on the lease? There it is. So that 1.6 million, a hunk of that, 300,000 or so of that, is paid down through ESSER funds as one-time payment,
That is correct.
and then there's 300,000 a year.
Correct.
So we're going to make a presumption that in year 2, that the 1.6 cost here is going to all have to be divided into the lease, the 4-year lease, right? So that's why you're saying it's assuredly going to be more, even if prices don't increase on these items. It'll increase by the lease distribution of the portion that this year was ESSER funds.
That, and 4 years ago, the lease that we had then will drop off. So it really depends on how much we spent 4 years ago, and now we're not in that obligation.
Does the lease drop off every year?
That is
Yeah.
correct.
Yeah.
So it depends on how much we spent 4 years ago.
Right. Which will be a lesser amount than what a new lease would be, I would presume. Okay. Other than, yeah.
Mr. Escobedo.
So if I caught that point, because that was similar to the question I was going to ask, we're entering into a new lease every year because we're
Correct.
purchasing new iPads every. Okay.
Correct.
Was
Thank
was the insurance cost in that lease in the past? Or was
Last
that-
year it was, for sure. I could speak for that. We'd have to make the year before. I'm not sure. Do you know that off the top of your head? We did have that the year before.
Okay, so
at least
by,
the last
by
2 years.
not purchasing that extended warranty, that won't be in the costs in the future.
Correct.
Okay, good discussion. We got there. Yay. Yep. Still.
Like I said, there's a lot of behind-the-scenes work that happens daily.
So thank you for your efficiency in getting that and trying to make sure that we're in a good, at least efficient cost of it. So thank you. So with that, board members, I need a motion for approval, if you so desire. It's number I-5.
I will motion to approve the multi-year lease agreement and purchase of student and staff devices, Resolution 2023-24-32.
I second the motion to approve the lease of the master lease purchase agreement.
Okay, been motion second. All in favor, please raise your hands and say aye.
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 Okay, thank you.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you for your back-the-scenes works. Okay, so now we'll move to I-9, approval of human resources contracts for 24-25. Dr. Becchio with his sunflowers on his way.
Oh,
His sunflowers. He wants you.
I'm really proud of my pen and sunflower. Good evening, Board President Sims Moten, board members, Superintendent Maldonado. I'm bringing to you I think it's the first contract bundle of the year, correct? So the idea behind the bundle is that I will present to you what contracts we anticipate to bring forward for this year, for this next coming fiscal year in HR. Not all of them will be on this bundle for approval tonight because we're still getting contracts from the vendors. But at the very least, you will have seen the entirety of the contracts we'll bring forward. We'll put the future ones on the agenda under the contracts, and you'll know that references back to what you've already looked at tonight. I do have if you go to the next slide, I'll just walk you through this chart here. I try to put into perspective our contracts and how they relate to the other departments. We hold these contracts in HR, but they really serve a function in the other departments. And so an example of that, you can see a lot of the contracts that are coming up tonight are no cost really contracts, but they're all MOUs we enter into with these learning agencies like Cal State LA and different credentialing schools who need to enter into agreement with us so they can have student teachers or licensure work going on in our schools. So you'll see the MFT one down there on the very far bottom right, Student Family Services. So this gives you a picture of all our contracts and where they kind of land. Most of them are operations for HR. If you go to the next slide, these I've tried to put in here just to give you a short description of each of these and the cost that we expect them to be. And there's a couple pages of these, so I gave this to you in advance so you could kind of look at what we're doing in HR in case you have any questions tonight for me. And then I don't think, let's see, the Presidium is new. That's coming over to HR. That is the child abuse and reporting and grooming behaviors in schools. We did that module. We're going to continue that. If you go to the next slide. There's not really anything new here either, so let's see, I'll go ahead and we can move on to the next slide, and I think it's questions that you might have for contracts.
Okay, any requests to speak from the public? Board members, any questions or comments on the bundle of human services contracts? Hearing none, may I have a motion for approval?
I move to approve the human resources contracts for the 24-25 school year.
Second.
Been motion and second. All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Dr. Becchio, I think you're number 10 as well.
Indeed. So this is the regular human resources recommendation list. I do want to take a couple minutes to point out a few highlights. First of all, congratulations to Reiko Guy and Mary Ziegler, and they're on appointments as assistant principals. I just want to remind you that Reiko Guy was laid off as a program facilitator. If you remember that conversation from our last board meeting, we did have an opening in the same range in administration, so we offered her that position. So she'll move over to assistant principal at Santa Barbara Junior High. And then I also wanted to point out we do have Gabby Leone under temporary confidential. She was also received a layoff, but we are requesting to extend her temporarily through September. She's filling in for someone who is out on leave of absence, so that's a need of ours in HR. And then I also, you heard tonight in the two reports, but we do have a reinstatement of the two positions for next year, the IT support specialist and the buyer for the arts, the VAPA plan that was presented earlier. And then a couple more items, just congratulations and recognitions to Barbara Conway, Ora Gregg, Rob Schiff, and Sharon Myers, who are all on the list as retirements. And then I did want to point out we do have one promotion, Diana Utrera, who's going to go from bilingual para to a special ed para 1. And then down under classified premium pay, we do have 4 bachelor's degrees. So Jose Cardenas, Arturo Rodriguez Martinez, Melissa Ruiz, and Allison Walker. And then we do have Dustin Oakley with a master's degree, so congratulations to them. And then 2 language premiums, Miriam Ekuhia and Adrian Esqueda Rodriguez. And I believe that those are the highlights I wanted to point out publicly. And with that, I'll turn it over to you for your consideration.
Okay, no request to speak on this item. Board members' comments or questions? Hearing none, may I have a motion for approval?
I'll move to approve the human resources recommendations.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, been motion is second. All in favor, please raise your hands and say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Yes, good evening again. Thank you. Action number 12, item number 12, I'm seeking to get the board's permission to appoint as alternate chief labor negotiator Mr. Steve Vance. We know that we are all interested in getting to an agreement. We're very hopeful to get there. But in the case that we don't get to it right away at our next mediation, Dr. Becchio has some time off planned for himself, well earned, for his
Yes.
vacation time. And so we want to make sure we have somebody in place, and that would be Mr. Vance. Any questions for me?
No request to speak on this item. Board members' comments or questions?
No, thank you for looking ahead to that.
Yep.
I'll make the motion to approve the human resources, or the item
Alternate.
12 resolution. No,
Appointment.
I did this last time. Okay. Thank you. Motion to approve the appointment of Steve Venz as an alternative chief labor negotiator for collective bargaining with Santa Barbara Teachers Association and California School Employees Association for 23-24 fiscal year.
Okay. May I have a second?
I second the motion to approve Steve Vance's appointment as an alternate chief labor negotiator for this period
Okay,
of time.
been motion and second. May I have all in favor, raise your hands and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Thank you. This is also you, Dr.
Action
Maldonado.
item number 13. Board members, as you know, according to Education Code Sections 5,000, 5,018, 5,304, and 5,322, we do need to bring a resolution to order the governing board member election and notice to consolidate. We have 3 seats up for re-election for the November 5th election. I just had it in front of me. And so this resolution, if you can put it up, Sandra, to be held Tuesday, November 5th, 2024. Thank you. Is something that we need to get approval on so that Sandra and I could go ahead and continue to work with the elections office to advertise and order all of that work, so we don't have to be involved in that.
Okay, no request to speak on this item. May I have a motion for approval?
I move to approve resolution number 2023-24-33, ordering governing board member election and notice to consolidate.
I'll second, please.
Okay, been motion and second. All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
All right, motion passes. All right, we've come to the end. We have no items that we need to return back. For that, coming events, please look on your, pull on that item.
There's one that I'd like to highlight if anyone happens to be watching at 11:35. Is June 6th. There will be a Parma Project community meeting at 5:30. Can you remind me where? Franklin Elementary School Auditorium, where we will have our first public meeting on the update for the Parma Project, and there will be pretty pictures and an opportunity for feedback from community members.
Okay, is it going up on our website?
I will work with Mr. Zucchelli to get that sent out. Yes.
Okay, future agenda items, please look at that. I know there's one we wanted to add, but we were going to review superintendent, the governor's calendar to look at a budget study session for the seventh period.
Just to get clarification, are you guys wanting the board study session before this, before June 30th, or are you asking for it
We
after
can't do
July?
anything, the seventh period, when we were talking about
Oh,
that.
no,
Yeah, it has to come after, because we can't do
Yeah.
anything about it this time for this series.
Not before June 30th,
Yeah.
no.
Okay,
No.
so
Yeah.
that'll be for the
Yeah.
new governance calendar? Yes,
Yeah.
okay. Thank
Yeah,
you.
because
Yes.
some things carry over, so just want to make sure we're adding it
Yeah.
back.
Too much to get done.
Yeah. So with that, we will adjourn to our next board meeting, with is Tuesday, June 11, 2024. With that, so moved, we adjourn before the next day. Thank you.